one man is being victimized by our own government. One man whom they fear, yet who millions love. One man who is willing to take the poison arrows of lawfare. One man whose voice has been taken away by a corrupt judge operating in a corrupt system. One man who has been ridiculed and insulted. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who stands between us and them. One man that wants to see America protected again. One man who wants to see America prosper again. One man who understands that a man is a man and a woman is a woman. One man who understands and protects the blessing of life. One man who wants to restore American exceptionalism. One man who once again wants to make America that shining city on a hill for all to see. A place where all the people of the world glowingly set their eyes upon. America. One man who unashamedly wants to make America great again. That one man is Donald Trump.
This is Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
This is a Fox News alert. New tariffs are going into effect just after midnight, including a 104% duty on China. That's 20% over fentanyl trafficking, 34% in reciprocal tariffs from last week, and an additional 50% added on Monday after Beijing announced a 34% counter tariff on U.S. goods.
Yeah, right now it doesn't look like they're backing down, and the U.S. is also now enforcing reciprocal tariffs on imports from dozens of countries. The president says America is in the driver's seat, and the Japanese and South Korean officials are set to fly in to try to cut trade deals. By the way, I think Italy's coming in next week.
And the president says that the U.S. is taking in $2 billion a day from the highly tailored reciprocal tariff deals.
All right. Senior White House correspondent, the highly tailored Peter Doocy joins us right now from
Very
the North Lawn.
bespoke.
Hello, Peter.
Good morning, and promise made, promise kept, right? President Trump dared China to keep their reciprocal tariffs up, and they did. And now, as of midnight, the new tariff on China, the biggest in the world, is 104%.
Additional tariffs on Chinese goods are in place effective midnight tonight at 104%. Until they make a deal with us, that's what it's going to be. I think they'll make a deal at some point. And don't let some of these politicians go around saying, because I'm telling you, these countries are calling us up, kissing my They are dying to make a deal. Please, sir, make a deal.
It takes about 3 years for a company to fire up their supply chain in America, move the supply chain from Mexico, from Vietnam, from China, whatever, into the United States. The midterm elections are next year. So if the Republicans lose next year and then the White House is lost, then the Republicans are no longer directing policy. So timing is of the essence. We actually need somebody with a spine of steel, a tough man to actually get companies to recognize these are not just economic issues. These are national security issues. However, timing is tight and he needs a deal. At this point, we need to hear some win from Japan, from South Korea, from the European Union. The stock market going down is not going to be helpful. It's going to be a big issue, a barrier for President Trump getting the agenda through.
104% tariffs on China are not enough.
All right, so everybody's out there screaming. Everybody's wondering what the heck's going on. And I think President Trump put the best positive, most, it was perfect what he wrote today on Truth Social. And just an open vernacular just to let everybody know, you know what, things are going to be okay. And I want to show this to you because it's so telling of what this president is trying to do in just a very, very short post. Be cool. Everything is going to work out well. The USA will be bigger and better than ever before. And I know some of you are probably, oh, that's a politician. He has to talk that way. He has to let everybody know it's going to be okay. There's nothing to see here as everything is burning behind him. No, I truly believe that Donald Trump knows in his heart everything is going to be okay. The hard part is convincing you not to look at what the media and some of the politicians in Washington are trying to say, how they're trying to freak you out. You have to understand, it's their job to do that. They are the opposition party. They've got nothing. And when I say the opposition party, I'm talking about Democrat politicians as well as the media, as they are one in the same. And then, of course, the rhinos, because they don't want Trump to work. The part that you really have to understand is if this works, if he brings China to heel, the rest of the world will follow, or vice versa. If the rest of the world begins cutting these deals, China's in huge trouble. I mean, absolutely huge trouble. And so I want you to just pay attention as you're traversing your day, when you're using the remote, when you're reading something online or scrolling or talking to people. I always ask you to have a rebuttal. And one of those rebuttals you should have right now is, why are you defending China? And then you can watch people kind of give you that, the RCA dog thing, because it doesn't even dawn on them. You're actually defending China. It is the ultimate in the Stockholm syndrome. You are worshiping your captive. Those of you who know what Stockholm syndrome is, it's when you kidnap somebody and you brainwash them to the point that they fall in love with the kidnapper. The kidnapper is the good person. People trying to free you are the bad people. And that actually happens. It's a psychological term. Look it up. Right now, what we have going on in America is a whole lot of Stockholm syndrome. It's weird. These politicians are supposed to be for America. Us as consumers, we're supposed to be for America. And you're worried about China. How can that be? Because you might have to pay an extra couple bucks for a widget? I had posted something earlier on X, and what I had posted was a big giant American flag. Let me see if I can find it. It was a big giant American flag, and I was hoping that, maybe the next executive order that President Trump puts out. I know he's not listening to me. Maybe when we talk to Lear Trump next week, wink, 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 we can talk to him and say, listen, you know what would be a great executive order? A great executive order coming up would be to let everybody, every single person, know for sure that what they're buying is from America. So I propose an executive order by President Trump that should say that all products made in America should prominently display this logo anywhere on the packaging. Big, not a little thing, not something real small that you got to try and find. Big giant American flag made in America. Put it on every single box. You open up the box, oh, made in America. If it's a piece of clothing, it's got to have a tag, made in America. If you try to falsify that, big penalties. $1 million penalty if you try to falsify that you had something made in America by Americans. This is what I would love to see. I would love to see this everywhere. That way, when you walk into the store, you know full well what you're buying. You know, some of you guys have looked at, I've showed, I don't have one with me, I was buying these cookies because they were sugar-free, and I looked on the label today, and I went, made in Canada. And I thought to myself, wow, it's going to cause me to have to look at things differently. It's going to have to cause you to look at things differently. One of the things that you're probably going to have to do is what I propose here. Don't worry about what's going on. Do these 3 things and you will be fine. 1, turn off the libnut media. Stop listening to people screaming. That's the first thing. I don't want to be around. I don't want to surround myself with an echo chamber of nuts. You shouldn't either. Number 2, be a better shopper. You know, we've got our habits, and we've basically become slave to those habits because of time and convenience. When Robin asked me to buy something, I told you I use Instacart, and I'm just hitting the buttons. Oh, buy this, buy this, buy this. I don't look. Be a better shopper. Look. My cookies are from Canada. I'm going to have to replace it. You know what that's going to have to do? I'm going to have to do with that? I'm going to have to go actually into the store and begin shopping. Because I don't think I can see the label from where it's from on Instacart. I'm not sure if it's there. I'll have to check. But if not, I'm going to have to get my butt into the store, walk the aisles with my little cart like a little old lady, and start flipping over, and then obviously try to bring my glasses because like, oh, made in, America, that's good. We'll take that one. Be a better shopper. And number 3, which is a little bit tougher if you're not used to it, you're going to have to engage in some serious behavioral modification. And you may be thinking, what in the hell is behavioral modification, Barry? Well, if you're craving at night when you've got the television on, you're watching a show, and your craving is for popcorn, well, maybe if popcorn, you can't, for some reason, if you can't find popcorn made in America, maybe you need to shift to Cheez-Its or something. Modify your behavior. Modify what it is that you reach for. Understand that what you reach for may be from another country that may be looking at 100 to 200% tariff and go, I'm going to buy this. I am going to modify my behavior and buy something else. You do these 3 things. You do those 3 things. Ignore the media, become a better shopper, and then modify your behavior, and you're going to be absolutely fine. You won't even notice that there's any change. Now, some of you may say, well, I notice it in my 401k, or I notice it here, or I notice it there. Well, then that's where you need some behavior modification as well. I've got X money in my 401k. I don't like what's fluctuating. All right, well, take some of that money from your 401k and buy something that's not fluctuating, or at least is a better hedge. Gold. Take some of that money from your 401k, move it over here. What am I going to do with it? Silver. Take some money from that 401k, move it over here. Into what? Real estate. Modify your behavior. People get hurt because of their custom routine. You've heard people getting kidnapped. You've heard people getting whacked. You've heard people, all kinds of things. People monitor things because we are creatures of habit. If you drive to work the same way, someone who's looking to follow you knows which your route's going to be. They can stake it out and figure, okay, here's what they're going to do at 8 o'clock. Here's what they're going to do at 9. Oh, they're going to go to the gym at 5:30 when they get off work. And all your behavior is easily tracked. Okay, so if someone was chasing you, I remember the movie, what was that movie? Hunt for Red October, one of Gene Hackman's great movies, along with Denzel Washington. Or is it? No, I'm sorry. Oops, scratch that. Hunt for Red October with Sean Connery and Alec Crazy Baldwin. And they're talking about this submarine. And what happens during that submarine chase? Well, Alec Baldwin's talking to the captain, and he goes, he's going to turn right here. And the guy's like, what do you mean? It's a crazy Ivan, just to throw off anybody that might be tracking him. It was a behavioral modification. You need to start doing some crazy Ivans in your life. I try to make that analogy because it's absolutely true. What we're used to doing is what China and other countries count on. Do a crazy Ivan. Make the change. Instead of always going left when they go to the grocery store, I'm going to look at the right side. Maybe we should put American products on one side and everybody else over here. It's very simple. Unplug from the media, be a better shopper, and modify your behavior. That's all I'm going to beat on that. We're going to talk more. So let me give you an idea what's coming up today. We've got a wild show that's going to be happening. I've got a opening section here about the whole China stuff we're going to go through in a minute. And then we've got my interview that I literally just got off with Miranda Devine, which is awesome. I love talking to her. And then, by the way, when I talk to her, she has an agreement with Fox News that she can't show her face on another video podcast. Why? Because we're kicking their asses. So any podcast she goes on, she it has to be a fixed picture. She can't be seen on camera, as if people don't know it's her. Well, anyway, you're going to see that. And then this morning, down here in Fort Lauderdale, Pam Bondi and Kash Patel, along with the Coast Guard, were able to confiscate $500 million in drugs. And she held a press conference. And then somewhere in between all this, President Trump is supposed to be signing executive orders, and so don't know if they're going to show that stuff live. He's going to be having a photo op with a racing team. So if that's on live, we'll go ahead and jump to that as soon as it happens. So without further ado, let's continue with the tariff stuff right now.
Advocating 400%. I do business in China. They don't play by the rules. They've been in the WTO for decades. They have never abided by any of the rules they agreed to when they came in for decades. They cheat, they steal IP. I can't litigate in their courts. They take product, technology, they steal it, they manufacture it and sell it back here. Never.
All right, so in case you don't know, let me explain to you what he just said, how they steal IP. See, a lot of these guys, these big businessmen, they talk and they don't realize you're talking on television, and some of the people in the audience who may see your video have no idea what the hell you're talking about. Like whenever I do an interview, like even when I was talking about gold the other day with Kevin Demerit, and he goes, well, people might get a margin call. I'm like, stop, hit the brakes, let everybody know what a margin call is so they know what you're talking about. So when Kevin says, hey, listen, they steal IP, I'm sure a lot of people just sat there and went, oh, yeah, did you know they steal the IP? They steal the IP. Do you know what IP means? Okay, IP means intellectual property. So there's entire businesses in China, like Alibaba and Temu and all these other things, that if you make a great widget here, they will actually buy that widget. Then they will take that widget and ship it to China. And then when they get that widget, they do all kinds of surgery on it, and they pull it open and they pull it out and look this way and look at the insides and see what you did. They completely reverse engineer what you've created. Your intellectual property, your IP. Somebody designed this, made it, and blah, blah, blah. And like, we don't need ideas. We just steal yours, America. We take what you're already buying, and then we just go ahead and make the same thing and then drop the price about 70%. And now you're going to buy ours. That is what stealing IP is all about. So if you make a widget, okay, I keep using this. Do I have it on? Yeah. They make this fan, remote, and they can say, listen, there's a fan remote. Let's buy that. And they open it up and they pop it. Oh, there's a battery thing there. Oh, there's the connectors and blah, blah. We can make this, and we can make it for about 40 cents because we're not paying anybody anything. But it costs $8 in America. Okay, so let's make it and let's sell it for $2.50 on Amazon, Alibaba, or Temu. And we're making more money than the company in America, and we're producing it for this much of a price because you're making grandma sit there and work on the battery connection. That is stealing the IP. So I just want people, some of you guys, Barry, I know what IP is. I know some of you may, but some of you may not. So let's continue.
As an
Americans stand 400% tariffs? What would that
I
look
want
like?
Xi on an airplane to Washington to level the playing field. This is not about tariffs anymore. Nobody has taken on China yet, not the Europeans, no administration for decades. As someone who actually does business there, I've had enough. I speak for millions of Americans who have IP that have been stolen by the Chinese. I have nothing against the Chinese people. They brought great literacy, art, and tech to the world. The government cheats and steals, and finally, an administration, you may not like Trump, you may not like his style or his rhetoric, finally, an administration that puts up and says enough. 400% tariffs tomorrow morning. I'll tell you why. Xi can only stay the supreme leader if people are employed. If we wipe out any business there, because we are still 39% of all consumables on Earth and 25% of the world's GDP, America is the #1 economy on Earth with all the cards. We will not have that forever. It's time to squeeze Chinese heads into the wall now.
Well, hold on a second, Kevin. Well, I hear you, but hold on. If we're talking about people, the average consumer, not necessarily the head honchos of businesses all across the globe, can they withstand the pressure of that sort of tax on the goods?
Short-lived.
See, that's where the problem is. She is talking to you about Stockholm syndrome. You know, if we raise the price on China, can people sustain that? Because, you know, it's like a tax. What if it wasn't available? What if there wasn't Chinese products in America? What would you do? See, she doesn't even realize that she's in love with her captor. What do we do if there's no Chinese products? Oh my God, can we withstand it? Listen, you need water every 3 days or so, they say. You need food every 5 or 6 days. You need a roof over your head, and you need God in your life. Everything else, you can figure it out. You don't need to have the PlayStation. That's something you want. You don't need to have this camera from Sony or Canon or whatever. There's American cameras. People, you gotta be ready to modify your behavior, where you have to understand what you need versus what you want. What you need versus what you can afford. If we start taking that mindset and realize, you know what they've been calling it, right? They've been calling it a trade war. So in war, what do? You get in the foxholes and you get ready to fight. This isn't Donald Trump's fight. This is America's fight. And I'm hearing people on television act like they're fighting for the enemy. That shouldn't even be a discussion. Kevin, Mr. Wonderful, should just say, I don't care. I really don't care. If you have to do without, you do without, period. Why do I feel this way? Because that's how they would do it. They're showing they would do it to us. So if you understand that you are currently, America is in a war and there's no bombs being dropped and there's nobody shooting, but you're most assuredly in a war. What Kevin just said went over her head completely. He's like, he just described, we're attacking this country. We are attacking China, hoping to kill their jobs. And we're hoping to kill their jobs because that means the country may go into implosion and Xi might not be there. But guess what? That's exactly what they're doing as well. But for some reason, the people in America are worried about, oh my God, this remote might cost like another $6. Well, guess what? You know what? If this costs too much to replace, there's an off button right there. And that may not spin. It's that simple, people. React like you're in a war, like someone is trying to take something from you, because you need to wake up and realize they are, indeed.
There will be.
But what's your timeline compared to, you don't know the average American's timeline, what they can actually survive. There's people right now who can't survive
400% tomorrow morning, cheese on an airplane to Washington to cut a deal.
You know what she just said? That's really interesting. People can't survive. Are you telling me? Are you going to look me right in the eye like I'm looking you in the eye? Are you going to tell me that if stuff from China is 3 times more expensive, you can't survive? Because if you say that, I'm going to call you an absolute flipping liar. I would tell the people on news, you're lying. Don't use the word survive and China products. That's idiotic. Wake up. Wake up. I don't have stripes on my shoulder, but people like General Flynn are saying the same thing. You have to realize you're in a fight before you can even win a fight. And right now the media is trying to let you think, well, we're the bad guys because we're fighting China on economics. Wake up.
Of their economies, why is China booming? How did India become an economic powerhouse when it has these exorbitant tariffs on American imports? How did Vietnam, of all places, become such a different country, even though it has these prohibitive tariffs? Why isn't...
Breaking news into the Fanfare news feed. All right, so as I'm playing this, I'm seeing people like, Barry, check Trump's newest post. You need to see what Trump just posted. General, instead of president, we're going to start calling him General Trump, because we are in a war for the survival of this country. Let me show you what President Donald J. Trump, based on the lack of respect that China has shown to the world's markets, I am hereby raising the tariff charge to China by the United States to 125%. Take some of that. Effective immediately. So no tomorrow night at midnight, right now. At some point, hopefully in the near future, China will realize that the days of ripping off the United States and other countries is no longer sustainable or acceptable. Conversely, and based on the fact that now more than 75 countries have called representatives of the United States, including Departments of Commerce, Treasury, and the U.S. TR, to negotiate a solution to subjects being discussed relative to trade barriers, tariffs, currency manipulation, that's a big one, currency manipulation, I'll talk to you about that in a second, and non-monetary tariffs, and that these countries have not, at my strong suggestion, retaliated in any way, shape, or form against the United States. I have authorized a 90-day pause and a substantially lowered reciprocal tariff during this period of 10%, also effective immediately. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Boom! Boom! Do it again. So, to explain what he just did, y'all playing right. You guys are coming to the table. You're kissing the ring. You're letting everybody know, okay, we were wrong. We'll work with America. Give us time to get the agreement, but we're going to work with you. Okay. Except for these idiots, we're going to keep pounding them. We're going to keep pounding them. So China, at this point, as I started the show, I said, if the other countries of the world begin showing their appreciation to America, China's done. Now China's got no place to run, no place to hide. And now they're seeing that Trump don't give a F. I don't care. I don't have one F to give. We are coming for you, China. It's it. It's over. Game over, China. You want to play this game? We'll just keep raising to the point where you don't get anything in America. And in addition to that, in addition to making sure that it's very hard for you to sell product in America, how about this? We're going to take all the farmland that you bought. We're confiscating it. Immediate eminent domain. How you like that? Oh, and by the way, all your Chinese students here, their visas are revoked. Get out. How you like that? You want to play? Yeah. Do you want to play? Do you want to F around and find out? Because obviously President Trump has made it his point. This is going to happen. Media, you can scream. Politicians, go scream. He doesn't care. You know, the worst thing that could have happened for the Democrats is what they did to him and let Biden win. or install Biden. Because then none of this would be happening if he had won. He wouldn't be in office. Now, he's in office and he's got nothing to lose. He doesn't care. Man, it's a whole new dawn right now. A whole new dawn. And I'm loving it. Hope you are. Be right back. With everything that's happening in the economy right now, it feels like we're all walking around on shaky ground. Prices are stuck at a really high level, and it seems like nothing is affordable anymore. It's no wonder many are relying on credit cards to cover the gaps. Credit card debt is skyrocketing, and it's leaving a lot of people stressed out. However, if you're a homeowner, you don't have to face this uncertainty alone. My friends at American Financing can help you take control. They can help you access the equity in your home to help you pay down that high-interest credit card debt, giving you peace of mind and real savings. On average, people just like you are saving $800 a month. Plus, they may be able to close your loan in as little as 10 days. Don't let the chaos of the economy and everything that's in the media right now get the best of you. Call American Financing today. It costs you nothing to get started, and you might be able to delay 2 mortgage payments, giving you a cushion in this uncertain time. Call 888-976-5555. That's 888-976-5555. Or you can visit AmericanFinancing.net/Barry. I wish I had a button where I could recall things I've said, so I can say, told you so. Because one of these moments right now, it's unbecoming sometimes to say, I told you so, but I told you so. I said, 3 days ago, millions, tens of millions, billions were going to be made in the next 30 days or so. Remember me saying that? Well, let me show you something that just happened. And it's classic Trump. Classic. The market is up 2,400 points. 6.5%. In about, what are you talking about? An hour. Oh, phone's ringing out there. I'm getting texts. People. Oh, do you realize so many people are going to have to eat crow? That pie's going right in their face. All these people, all the media, I can already see the supercuts of people like, this is the end, the things are falling. Jim Cramer, hey, Jim Cramer, Black Monday. Black Monday just turned into, oh my God, Tuesday or Wednesday. It's crazy. Do you realize how much money is going to be made today, over the next couple of days? Look at that. It's straight up. Not a little bit up, straight up. And it's just crazy. See that dip everyone told you to buy? If you had the opportunity to do so or the ability to do so, we wasn't playing. I am not an economic advisor by any stretch of the imagination, but you have to realize that the immutable rules of the economy, and that being what goes down comes back up. You got to time it right. That's where the difference is. And oh my gosh, 2,400 points. We'll see where this thing ends up. But right now, Alice, we're going to the moon, baby. We're going to the moon. It'll dip. It'll go back and forth. People will fluctuate. They will get in. And then, of course, be careful with what China does. And you're like, Barry, what? Well, with what China may do, because China now has to dump more of their treasuries. See, kind of, when you see the same thing like the movie Red October. Since I use that one, let's continue with Red October. And the one submarine is following the other one, and they shoot at it. And then the sub captains always say, launch countermeasures.
Launch countermeasures. We're under attack. Let's try and fool everybody by launching these other things out there so that the torpedo goes after that. Well, right now, China is launching their countermeasures. They are dumping whatever cash they had, whatever they were hoarding, they're dumping it so that the American 10-year yield goes up, which gives the Federal Reserve pause from lowering interest rates. I'm glad I'm using the hunt for Red October as the information right now, because that's war. You're seeing strikes and countermeasures and all kinds of things happening right now. It's volatile as hell. I'm sure people are like, I don't know where this is going to land. What's going to happen? Breathe and realize that you've got commanders at the helm who know what the hell they're doing. I don't trust any of these people in Congress or in the Senate to understand the time we're in right now. You know why? Because there's no one else in Congress or in the Senate who have the life history of Scott Bessent, Howard Lutnick, and Donald Trump. That's why I'm so confident, and that's why my confidence exudes when I talk, and why that one guy a couple days ago said, your integrity. I know Donald Trump from when I lived in Connecticut. I've seen Howard Lutnick. I understood what happened with his company during 9/11. And Scott Bessent, another guy. And he surrounds himself with people like that. And so when they got together and they huddled in their war room, our war room was superior to that of anything else China has ever seen. They've never dealt with this kind of adversary. They've never even understood that this was possible in the United States. They're used to clowns like Elizabeth Warren and Chuck Schumer. That's who we thought America was. These idiots, they never done anything. We're going to take them for all they're worth. Not now. Now you got a guy who's basically manipulated the market himself. You got guys like Howard Lutnick who have been playing in the market forever. You know, these people who say they don't like Howard Lutnick. Do you realize what Howard Lutnick has been doing for decades? Everything that China's trying to do, every move that China is making, they already know what's going to happen. They've seen this book many times and profited off of what China has done to other countries. Remember what Donald Trump said when he was running against Hillary Clinton, when she's like something about, Donald Trump doesn't pay his taxes. And you're like, you know why? Because I'm smart. And I do the same thing that you allow me to do. I've gone to the same dinner parties. I've donated to the same people. I know your game. And that's why they're terrified of him. So same thing China right now. China's sitting back going, oh, shook. This guy knows everything we're doing. How does he know? Because he's already been doing it for 40 years. You don't build successful skyscrapers in New York City without knowing how to navigate markets. Oh, by the way, he played on Wall Street. He understands it. Completely understands it. And so some people are like, well, he got bankrupt in a casino. You know what happened? Because he strayed from the stuff that he knows very well. Casinos, I don't know who talked him into that. No. The Trump universe, all this crazy stuff. What do you know? I know markets, I know real estate. Stay there. Stay right there. Stay in that lane. You're going to be extremely successful doing what you know how to do. That's pretty much what I do too. I don't know this, I don't know that. Stay in your lane with what you know how to do. So I couldn't be happier with this admiral or general, however you want to use the paraphrase, at the helm at this point. And he's surrounded himself with a tight-knit group of people. We'll talk about Pam Bondi later, but in any event, you know what's going on there. All right, so we're waiting for him in this photo thing that he's supposed to do. Let me take a few comments before I go on. Watch it come up again and it crash again. It may. But see, that's like Kevin said, I don't care. That's what markets do. Markets go up, markets go down. You know why? Because it's not meant for speculators. Speculators who take lots of risk
understand they jump in, jump out. They're day traders. If you're investing, understand the word, investing, you're there for the long haul. You don't invest in any company thinking they're going to make a gazillion dollars tomorrow. If I buy a piece of real estate, I know that the appreciation on that's going to take a certain amount of time. And I also know that while it's not appreciating, if it depreciates, I win there too. That's why I love real estate. Either way, coming and going. We're going to make money. I also told you that the time to buy is when blood is running in the streets. So I love it when people panic. You know what happens when people panic? I smell money. I'm sorry, but that's what happens. People panic. The person who stays true to what they know, you're like a viper. You're like a big great white, just waiting, just watching. And when that shark sees that other thing panic, bam, you're done. Hate that analogy? It's true. That's why they call them sharks, swimming with the sharks. How does a shark get attracted to things? When they see flailing. Gotcha. And so, when you hear people freaking out, breathe, step back, and look. And if you see somebody in distress, that usually is an opportunity. Same thing with the country. Is what and I'm saying this, and I'm thinking at the same time the words are coming out of my mouth, people are freaking out. I can't tell you how many times I've been called a vulture. And I'm like, oh, I got a wife. I live in a nice house. I got my little dog. I got a family. Got grandkids. I don't really care what you think. And you get to that point where your exterior gets hardened because you have a focus. And right now, you just read The True Social by President Trump, and he doesn't care what people are thinking. He's focused. He knows right now, I've got you in my sights, and you're flailing, and I'm just waiting for the chance to take you out. And so if you don't want that to happen, the best thing for China right now would be to like, okay, you got me. And then I don't have to eat you. I don't have to be the vulture, but I don't have any problem playing the vulture. I don't have any problem turning you into a carcass. Because either way, I'm going to win. So when you see birds circling, when you see sharks circling, if you've ever hunted, you know when your target, your prey, you have the option of taking this person down. You are in complete control. And that's what President Trump is trying to put this country at this point. Some people don't like it. They think that's like really ruthless. Well, I'm telling you, that's where things could be. Let me just check something to see if the White House is getting ready. Hold on. And I'll take a few more comments. All right. Nope, not yet. All right. So we're there. So anyway, that's just life, man. The Vultures are up here in East Pennsylvania. Love what you said there, because I play poker too. Just like in poker, scared money can't win. Nope, you're absolutely right. You sit across from that other person and you're like, I think I got you. I think I got you. Money is this man's God. Oh, you bore me with these types of comments. Let me ask you a question. When a carpenter goes out to work and he gets the nicest and best tools and best hammer and everything, and he likes his hammers because it helps him do his job better, is that hammer his God? You know, what a lot of people don't realize, because they usually don't make any money, is money is a tool too. That's all that money is. Money's a tool. It helps you do other things. Remember, and I'll go ahead and chastise you right here, Tim. The love of money is the root of all evil, not money. It's what you do with that money. Buildings are raised with money. Children are raised with money. Businesses are raised with money. You're fed with money. Money's not the problem. It's your ideology. And obviously, you ain't gonna make it. Is World War III about to start?
I don't think China would be that stupid. I don't think they would be that stupid to try and come across the ocean up in Alaska or wherever and try to start a war. That doesn't make any sense for them to do that. Yeah. Oh my God, something a beggar would say. Bessett is talking up. I got a whole bunch of stuff with Pete Bessett coming up. Hold on, we got Pete Hegseth talking right now. Oh, that's pre-recorded. I got some stuff from here too. Let's see here. I'm looking through. Idiots like Tim can't help themselves. Only Prozac can help them. Yeah, well, the good part about Tim is that right now he doesn't care about the stock market because money is of no use to him. Right? Right, Tim? Yeah. Just saying. All right, so let's continue. And I'm still watching for if President Trump comes out with this, I don't call it a press conference. It's a photo opportunity. He likes talking to athletes, and so I don't blame him. So let's continue with this.
Germany, before its energy problems, why wasn't it a wreck? It's got tariffs on almost everything that we send them. How is the EU even functioning with these tariffs? I thought tariffs destroyed an economy, but
Victor Davis is making so much sense. If tariffs are so bad, how are all the other countries surviving with tariffs? I mean, most of them are on us, so they're sucking off of us. But somehow these other countries are okay to do tariffs. Tell them, Victor.
They seem to like them, and they're angry that they're no longer asymmetrical. Apparently, our people who are tariffing us think tariffs improve their economy. Maybe they're right. I don't know. The second thing is, why would you get angry at the person who is reacting to the asymmetrical tariff and not the people who inaugurated the tariff? Why is Canada mad at us when it's running a $63 billion surplus and it has tariffs on some American products at 250%? Doesn't it seem like the people who started this asymmetrical, if I could use the word trade war, should be the culpable people, not the people who are reluctantly reacting to it?
I believe.
Yes, you are correct, Mr. Hansen. The problem is, as I mentioned earlier, is Stockholm Syndrome. They don't even realize it. Like, hey man, they're doing it to us. Oh. Yes, they're doing it to us. That is the biggest thing you people, we all have to understand. These countries around the world have been doing it to America. There's a reason why these 75 countries are coming to meet with President Trump, because he's had enough. Don't you understand? Because they don't. You need to understand, all we're doing is punching back. America, and I've used the analogy, and somebody emailed me like, Barry, I never even thought of it that way. Yes, we were the homecoming queen everybody wanted to date, and instead of dating the homecoming queen, she got pimped out. And everybody's been taking their turns. Meanwhile, the homecoming queen now is in love with the people who've been doing it. Enough is enough. And so if you're thinking what America is doing is bad, if these people on the media think that, we're taking, we're going to cause pain with China, what in the hell are you talking about? Everybody has got their hands in your pocket. And all President Trump is saying is, no, no. Make this equal. Funny, as I've said on my lower screen there, the fair share people have a problem with this stuff being actually fair. They're quite quiet right now about fair share. Hey, listen, Canada's charging us 250% for this. China's charging us for this. How about we just make it fair, since that's what you guys were talking about?
That China will be forced very soon to come to the table for the simple reason that China's economy is completely dependent on its exports to the United States and to the West. China has built its entire industrial strategy since its entrance into the World Trade Organization on being able to sell highly subsidized, currency-manipulated, dumped goods into U.S. markets. It is an industrial strategy from China to product dump strategically to take out American steel, to take out American aluminum, to take out core American defense industries and defense needs so that we're reliant on China. And what's happening here is that China is now discovering for the first time that they have met an American president who is not going to be intimidated, who's not going to be bullied, who's not going to be coerced, who's going to stand up for our essential security needs.
I'm pretty sure he's talking about President Trump and his desire to make America, quote, wealthy again. In fact, I know I told you, but now President Trump is telling you as well. And if you can, this, a one-sentence post, this is a great time to buy. You think? You think? You think maybe right now, like I said, millions and billions are going to be made by people who, by the same people who are telling you not to do anything, by the people who are telling you to panic. What do you think right now is happening with the Nancy Pelosi's of the world? What do you think is happening with, I don't know, Mark Cuban? All these people who have money. What do you think is happening? You think they're panicking, or are they jumping in? You think of people who have the ability to actually make something happen aren't trying? You think that Rachel Maddow is just sitting back and going, I can't invest. All their liberal mavens. Don Lemon, you don't think he's doing something with his money? It's all a charade, and it has sucked so many people in.
Trump has maximum negotiating leverage right here, right now. And I think it would be a mistake for anyone to think otherwise. And as I said, many of our trading partners, they have queued up and they have kept their cool. They have not escalated, and they will get priority in the queue. I think it was a big mistake, this Chinese escalation, because they're playing with a pair of twos. Traditionally,
Now remember what he just said. These other countries, and he paused because he didn't want to give out too much information. These other countries are going to get priority in the queue. And then President Trump comes up and goes, yeah, we're going to pause on these other countries, but you know what, China, we're still going to hit you. So he was foreshadowing, and he was trying not to give up too much information.
If you look at the history of the trade negotiations, we are the deficit country. So what do we lose by the Chinese raising tariffs on us? We export 1/5 to them of what they export to us. So that is a losing hand for them.
Have you been?
All right, you get that? We basically 20 times. We export 1/5 of what they bring in, what they send here into America. It is completely lopsided. Completely lopsided. So I'm watching a couple of different things. I'm looking at the White House feed to see when they go live. I'm looking at 2 other feeds. Nothing yet, so we'll continue with this stuff. Let's Scott Bissett, more from him.
Courage with the response from other nations to the administration. Has it been what you've been hoping for? What's that outreach from across the globe been like, and how are those negotiations going?
Well, Rob, I will tell you that Wednesday, after the president gave his address in the Rose Garden, as I was doing media, I was out telling other countries, don't retaliate. And I think what a lot of people are missing here is that the levels that were put out last Wednesday are a ceiling. So if you don't retaliate, that is the ceiling. So we've been overwhelmed with the response to come to D.C. and negotiate. So President Trump on Monday had a very good call with the Japanese Prime Minister. He had a very good call with the President of Korea yesterday. We're seeing a delegation from Vietnam. So I think we have about 70 negotiations lined up. I'm not planning on going anywhere for Easter. And I believe that I had obviously been providing advice on the tariffs, working more on the tax bill that we'll talk about, and now I'm going to take a lead negotiating role in a lot of the tariffs, starting with the Japanese delegation.
So he personally is going to take a lead role in negotiating with the Japanese delegation. So this man, as he said, I'm not taking off any time for Easter because he's going to be busy putting everything right. Rhonda posted a comment here, and it's so true. This is another reason why they didn't want President Trump in office. This is definitely a reason, and it could have led to somebody wanting to, take him out. It was that important. The deep state, deep state. It's crazy how deep this stuff is. And at this point, you're now for the first time seeing so much revealed. All this stuff from Doge, that was almost like an appetizer. The appetizer that Doge came out with, and everything that Elon and his team came out with, because some people Elon seems to be pretty quiet right now. Well, he set the table. And by setting the table, he allowed you all, and me, for us all to see what was going on. There's not much more. He's not in law enforcement. He showed Scott Bessent, hey, here's what's going on in your treasury. Ooh. He showed Pete Hegseth, hey, here's what's going on in your defense. He showed them all, here's what's going on with IRS. His job was like he was a special investigator. And he came in and did some special investigating for the people who needed to know what was going on. And he exposed it. His job, for the most part, is done. He doesn't have enforcement capabilities. He doesn't have collection capabilities. So I want you to know the entire thing with Doge, when people say to you, oh, he's left Trump, he's not talking anymore. There's not much for him to talk about. He's exposed everything. Now, Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, Diane Bongino, Scott Bessent, Pete Hegseth, and all, Lee Zeldin, all the agency heads, now you guys know where the Band-Aids need to be pulled off. And all this has been exposed. Now you get to this part. Hey, in addition to all of that crap, all that you saw, now you're going to see a whole bunch more crap. Bam! All these countries bending you over backwards. And it's like us as Americans are sitting back, oh my God. I can't take it anymore. And so now, as he's beginning to change it, this is where we start getting happy.
We're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
And so you've got this rabid dog called the media and the Democrat Party. And remember, all of the bullets in the gun haven't been fired yet. Many of you in the chat over the last 2 weeks are like, where's all the arrests? And people are like, well, how come RFK Jr. is not doing anything with the pharma ads? I can see it now. You can sit back and go, oh, this has been done in stages. This has been gamed out on some board somewhere, some virtual board. And we're going to do this, and then we're going to do this, and then we're going to do this, and then we're going to do this. And it's all happening in such a way where, let's imagine this. Imagine, I don't know, President Trump does an executive order today and says, you can't advertise anymore if you're a pharmaceutical. And they go in to sue. But he needed to use some doctrine in order to justify the executive order, because they would go to court. But so if he uses an executive order that the Supreme Court has already said, yeah, he can do that, it kind of cuts him off at the knees. That whole lawfare thing, obviously now you're seeing they expected it. And they waited. And they would, because all of us were like, think about this. Go back into, I don't know, maybe
right after January 20th, and we're like, he's just going to go ahead and do a recess appointment and get these people in. And he didn't. Shocked us all. We're like, why don't he just push them through? Nope, he didn't. I couldn't even believe it. I'm like, screw it, man. These people are nuts. Don't let them take people away from you. Nope, but he went through the process. And every step of the way, we're all saying, ignore the judge's orders. Just to tell them to go screw themselves. Nope, we'll keep doing, but we'll go through the process. And he just keeps going and going and going. So now what's happening? The lawsuits are getting kicked out. They're being bounced out. They're finding out this. They're finding out that. And he just keeps going. And so all of us, including me, who are waiting for big name arrest, all of us who are waiting for the pharmaceutical thing to be taken down, in time, because maybe part of the negotiation with China is you no longer get to make American medicine. Something's happening. It's happening every single day. I don't know what the executive orders are going to say today, but they just keep happening. And as these things keep happening, the whole idea behind it is you, as me, as well as Robin, we should be getting stronger in our appeal to Trump. Like, man, this guy's making it happen. He's doing things. And they're coming out with these polls saying, oh, people regret voting for Trump. That's BS. The more he does, the more people are like, oh, that worked too? Even people who hate him. Oh, the economy's going to crash. Yeah, it worked, huh? What do you do when he keeps stacking victories? And Scott Bessent, who's probably one of the best, Howard Lutnick, he's a firebrand. Scott Bessent, just cool as a cucumber, just sitting there, just a silent assassin.
In terms of escalation, unfortunately, the biggest offender in the global trading system is China, and they're the only country who's escalated. And I can tell the rest of the world that I'm not sure whether it was the prime minister or the economic minister in Spain made some comments this morning. Oh, well, maybe we should align ourselves more with China. That would be cutting your own throat, because I can tell.
All right, understand, this is the Secretary of the Treasury of the United States, and he's basically told Spain, I wouldn't do that if I were you. You ain't going to want to do that. The same thing he did with Venezuela. Do you guys remember what he did with Venezuela? All right, let me refresh your memory. He told, not only am I telling you we aren't going to trade with Venezuela, and on top of that, anybody else who trades with Venezuela, you can't come here. We will shut off your stuff if you trade with Venezuela. Oh, but I need the American dollar. Well, then you better stop talking to Venezuela. People were talking yesterday, going nuts. Pete Hegseth down in the Panama Canal. We're taking this. People are like, what do you mean? We're taking this. I don't even know how he made that basis of a statement without militarily just surrounding it and saying we own it, but I haven't seen ships around it or anything, so something there is happening in the background with China. Yeah, this is going to be us. This is ours. You guys remember, who was that comedian? I forget. Robin loved him. I don't think he's a transformer, but he dresses like a woman. He puts makeup on, and he did a comedic routine, and he's talking about how England went around and conquered the world, and he put a flag in the ground. And you don't have one of these, do you? Well, that's pretty much what Pete Hegseth just said. We're just taking this. Why? Because we can. And nobody seems to be having any opposition to that.
That these Chinese exports that the U.S. tariff wall is going to keep out, that China, for all of you who can remember that Disney movie of the brooms carrying the buckets of water, that is a Chinese business model. It never stops. They just keep producing and producing and dumping, and it's going somewhere. And I think, Rob, at the end of the day, that we can probably reach the ideal with our allies, with the other countries that have been long-term, they've been good military allies, not perfect economic allies, and then we can approach China as a group. Our fiscal...
As a group. So he just gave you a little bit of insight into what they're planning. Very, very coy, and if people weren't listening, they probably would understand. Now, future-proofs past type thing, you hear what happened today, where 75 countries, and he's dropping the tariffs on these other countries, he's going to put a pause on them, stock market goes crazy, and he just told you what the next step is. We're going to do this as a group. We're all going to go for China. It's like he's getting the 5 families together and the 4 of the 5 families, and he's like, hey, listen, we're going to go take care of this guy. We don't want Joey Bag of Donuts in this anymore. So let's come together and take on Joey Bag of Donuts. And he just told you. Just straight up told you. And not a lot of people listening. Eddie Izzard. Yes, that's exactly who the guy was. Man, I love our fanfare family because you guys are so good with that kind of stuff. I mean, just almost immediate. Walmart will have to phase it in us U.S. made goods. Yeah, they're going to have to. Absolutely. Then Venezuela turned around and sent their prisoners here. Yep. Anyone hear about Elon suing Soros? I believe that's what he's doing as well. But I think they're doing that criminal. They're doing it in a criminal way to see if for what him and Alex did. What kind of donuts? Joey Bag of Donuts. I forget what movie I saw that comedy routine. All right, now Scott's talking about something else.
Situation is a 350-pound, 2-pack-a-day smoker on the ICU table, and he or she is not going to get off that table and run the Ironman. And
I don't smoke, but I know what he's talking about. He's talking about America and how we basically let ourselves go. And now we're in ICU and Trump's coming in to fix it. And you're not going to get up and run the Ironman. You're not going to swim across the world. Nope, not going to happen. We got to get you in shape first. We got to get you to a point where you understand what you need to do to even compete. In other words, what he's saying is we got to get you off of the Stockholm syndrome that you're in right now. You have to realize what? You got to turn off the media. You got to become a better shopper, and you got to modify your behavior. Stop relying on cheap stuff. Well, Barry, that's all we can afford. Well, you know what? If the taxes are lessened, then you can afford more. Right? That's why they've been tying the tax relief and the tax cuts to all of this. I'm not sure people have been realizing the methodical orchestration that they're trying to put together. It is critical for Mike Johnson and John Thune to get that part done. That 350-pound patient in ICU is going to feel much better about stuff being China being more expensive if they're getting the money back because they're paying less taxes. Bingo. That's what's going to happen.
We are going to get on a treadmill. We are going to bring the deficit to GDP hopefully down by 1% every year, and get it back toward the long-term target of 3.5%. So I understand why some of these congressmen, some of these senators, they are rabid and like, we got to do it now, but we can't do it all at once, or that will cause a recession. What will keep us from having a recession is making sure that the tax bill doesn't expire, adding...
See what I'm saying? We got to make sure that the Trump tax cuts don't expire, which is exactly what the Democrats want to happen. Notice he said we will stop a recession if we get the tax cuts so they don't expire. Democrats are saying we want them to expire. Why? Because they want to crush America.
Back 100% depreciation, and then adding some of President Trump's agenda, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, and making, when I bought my first car, I'm 62, when I bought my first car, auto loans were tax deductible. So we're going to do that again for American-made cars.
All right, so now you're seeing the horizon. You're seeing now what this plan really looks like. You're able to now look down there and go, oh, I see what they're doing. And unless you see the entirety of the roadmap and these people are screaming at you on TV, well, let me shut you off because I just heard from the Secretary of the Treasury. He just told me what the plan is. I've heard from Trump. I don't need to hear it from you people. We're going to do this. We're going to get the rest of the world to work with us so we can go after China together. Okay. We're then going to try and get interest rates down, because at that point, once China's done dumping treasuries and they don't have any more to dump and they can't inflate the 10-year yield falls, which enables the Federal Reserve to come in and say we're going to lower interest rates, which does what? Makes your credit cards cheaper, makes your mortgage cheaper. Oh, okay, got it. And that way, I can buy more stuff. Well, the other part with buying more stuff is because if things become a little bit more expensive from China, we need to free up some cash for you. How are you going to free up some cash for me? Well, by doing no tax on tips, no tax here, no tax here, so I won't feel it. No. It's all part of the financial plan. That guy earlier who said, money is my God. See, my God told me how to use money. That's a big difference. My God told me how to read the playing field here. I can't do anything without God. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, how do I navigate this? Oh, number one, learn to listen to the right people. Number two, apply what you learn. And number three, what I'm doing here, give back. It's very simple.
For too long, financial policy has served large financial institutions at the expense of smaller ones. No more. No more. This administration aims to give all banks the chance to succeed, whether it's JP Morgan or your local mortgage and loan. It aims to get capital to Americans who need it by getting bureaucracy out of the way. For the last 4 decades, basically since I began my career in Wall Street has grown wealthier than ever before, and it can continue to grow and do well.
But see, what he just said is also something there. And, he stepped away from Wall Street. My niece stepped away from Wall Street because those, not all, but there are a lot of people who work in Wall Street and like, wait a minute, y'all don't care about who you hurt. It's all money. That's scary. You're like, hey, when I was a stockbroker, I was like, man, y'all are just vultures with fangs, almost like vampires. You will suck the life out of something if you can make a profit. I don't want none of that. Don't want none of that. And so a lot of people who you've seen who have made money and exited Wall Street, they have a need, a strong need to help people because he's been in it for so long. Howard Lutnick, been in it. Notice what happened. You know Howard Lutnick's story. I challenge people who don't know Howard Lutnick's story to go look into what he did and what happened. Because the media doesn't talk about it enough. But I'm going to tell you right now, Howard Lutnick, who's the Treasury Secretary, billionaire himself, was on one of the top floors of the Trade Center in New York when it got ran into or whatever. And his firm, the name of the firm was called Cantor Fitzgerald. Big Wall Street firm. Well, a whole bunch of his people, I think it was like 600 employees, perished. And he took care of every single one of those families, and I believe he still takes care of some of those families to this day. And we're talking 24 years later. Because talk about someone learning a lesson and having their eyes opened. And he survived. His company has survived and thrived. And he just walked away from it all to help America.
For the next 4 years, the Trump agenda is focused on Main Street. It's Main Street's turn. It's Main Street's turn to hire workers. It's Main Street's turn to drive investment. And it's Main Street's turn to restore the American dream.
The news. So if you know that, if you know at this point that it's mainstream's turn, it's time for mom and pop shops and people on Main Street to eat. This is the time, if you are in business, you can start looking at, hey, they're going to level the playing field here, yep, which is all we've ever wanted.
Let us do what we need to do. Get out of our way with all the regulations. Don't burden us with all kinds of taxes. And we'll be okay. That's why we're doing what we want to do. I went yesterday, you can see I'm a little cleaned up. I went to the barbershop, as I told you. And it was packed. Absolutely packed. And these guys are having fun doing what they're doing. I mean, if you ever, I don't know about you guys, but you ever go to a barbershop, and I'm sure the ladies go to their salon, it's the same thing. It's a societal entertainment. It's not like you're just walking in and doing a transaction. You're going to be there for an hour or so, and if you're a lady, you might be there for a couple hours. You got to do your nails and the toes and all the other stuff, the facials. It's relaxing and it's entertainment. It's just not transactional. And hopefully the person or persons that are working on you, they're in a good mood and they're happy. And it's infectious. And you look around the shop and like all the people over here are talking about the movie or the game that's on TV or what they did last night or where they went to dinner or their wife or their girlfriend. And it's infectious because everybody's engaging. And I don't have to tell you because you ladies know. I mean, Robin goes and gets her nails or something done and she comes back and I'm like, please stop. They talk. They have fun. It's an enjoyable experience. People are happy when they don't have to listen to the crap that's being told to them. So I'm going to show you something here from a guy you all know. Some of you may follow, some of you may look to him for advice, and he's basically going to underscore what I've said to you for the last couple of days.
People are melting down. The market's down. Well, over the last 2 years, it's still net up 80%.
Let's not forget that.
Did you hear any headlines going, "You're so rich, you can't breathe"? Nobody said that. That's the. You know, what if they were as enthusiastic about reporting prosperity as they were a temporary dip in the market? So,
why is that? When I heard him say that, I was like, yeah. Well, we all know in media, if it bleeds, it leads. That's been a codicil of media for decades. But at the same time, there won't be anybody talking anything good about this. The entire Democrat Party is based upon sorrow. They are, not to take a line from the movie, they are the people of constant sorrow. Everything is doom and gloom. You'll never hear the media talk about people are being more prosperous in Chicago. People in Cleveland, oh, they're finding prosperity. People in St. Louis, they're able to go out and get more and live life. Nope. People in Chicago, the poor, they need us. That's all they talk about. It is the most depressing political party I've ever seen. And it hasn't changed for 40 years. I'm like, dude, don't you have anything good to say? I'm not sure if you guys saw the news. In the news, you know, Miss AOC, socialist, commie, whatever she is, she was caught going to the rally with Bernie Sanders where they talked about the millionaires and billionaires and how the oligarchs are taking over. And somebody was on the airplane with her and they're like, oh, hell no. And they took a surreptitious picture of her sitting next to him, or she, in first class. And I'm thinking, good for her. Absolutely. AOC, I am happy you can afford to fly in first class. But do the people you talk to know that? Will the media show that picture? Hey, here's AOC on her way to Las Vegas. Oh, she was in the first class. No, they never do that. They would never, ever show that picture in the news. It's all over X, by the way. But they will never show her traveling in first class. But they will talk about the millionaires and billionaires taking advantage of you.
Here's the rule, boys and girls. The definition of investor is you are thinking long-term. If you have a long-term mentality and the stock market goes down, those of us that have been investing in the market steadily for 30 or 40 years, not 30 or 40 minutes, we smile when it goes down and buy more. It's on sale. Not, I'm going to lose everything. Oh, God. Oh, jeez. Take a dadgum chill pill. Seriously. Do I know how much it's going to fall under the Trump tariff thing, whatever the flip you want to call this thing is he's doing right now? I can't tell. But aside from all that, doesn't matter. 100% chance that the American economy is not going to crumble over this. 100% chance. So 100% chance that a year from now we're going to be sitting here smiling, those of us that did not take out our money. The only person that gets hurt on a roller coaster are those that jump off in the middle. Keep your hands inside the ride at all times, boys and girls, and wait for the coaster to come to a stop. And you will be just fine.
Do you know? I couldn't have said it any better. Keep your hands where they're supposed to be. Oh, that's such a perfect thing. So we're getting ready with President Trump, obviously, because these are, I think it's NASCAR and Formula One. The cars are outside the White House, and so we'll be seeing President Trump really soon come out here and talk to these men who are race car drivers. It's going to be pretty interesting, you know. Let me do this so you guys can actually see as well. Hold on. He hasn't come out yet, so you haven't missed anything. But this is very interesting. Very interesting. Hold on. Let me give you guys a looky-loo here.
And maybe just this other one, and we'll see what the president has to say as he is having this photo op with some of the racing champions. Why don't we go there live and just listen in right now on Right Side Broadcasting Network, bottom of the hour. Thanks for streaming in with us.
All right, so they've gone to full screen. There's no sound out there because there's nobody talking, so we're having to wait till President Trump comes out.
Do you mind just putting it on? Yes, thank you.
Wonderful. No, we gotta make sure.
All right, I'll jump back to that as soon as he comes out. While we're waiting, I can go ahead and take some comments from you. Liberation Day should be a national holiday forever. You know what would be real Liberation Day if he just goes ahead and just does away with taxes altogether? That would be awesome. Don't be a panican, be a positron. I have never seen any other president do this. Nope, nobody. The entire thing, everything that he's doing, they haven't done. Nobody's done it. Yeah, it looks like it's NASCAR and IndyCar. I think F1 as well. I guess F1 is IndyCar. Trump just bought a Tesla recently. Now he wants a single-seater. That's funny. Yeah, let's see here. Buy Swift products, American-made beef, and Black Angus beef. Okay. I thought Swift was China, too. Be careful there. Let's see. These folks like racing. Does that mean they are racist? Oh, gosh. That's too funny. Tell us about Pam Bondi, please. All right. So let me just tell you about Pam. I'm going to come up with that. I'm trying to think what I should do next. Should I do the Miranda interview or should I do the Pam Bondi press conference? Pam Bondi did a press conference today. They were down here in Fort Lauderdale, and they were able to seize, confiscate $500 million in drugs with the Coast Guard. So that I'm going to be showing you that in a little bit. Let's see here. Bill Elliott is my best friend's cousin. Oh, very nice, Bill Elliott. What about medicine costs? I think we're going to see that. I think all things in time. I think this is where they're trying to go with things. If you can see the roadmap, you can begin to see what lies ahead. Let's see here. Not F1 Barry. IndyCar's open wheel, almost the same. Yep, you're right. I have no idea. I like NASCAR though, having lived in South Carolina. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, I just got shocked. Tesla is back at 267. Wow. Let me look at that. What have people made? All right, just as an update while we're waiting. Man, this is incredible. The Dow is up 2,700 points right now, up 7.35% as we speak. For the president, gold is well over 3,000 at 3,074, up 3% thus far. I don't want to change the screen because I want to make sure you guys can see. And Tesla, oh my God. Tesla is 266, 267, up 20% today. Man. I'm telling you. I told you. I'm going to keep telling you. Now, I know many of you don't have, or at least it appears, $100,000 to put in a stock, but just to give it some context, if you put $100,000 into Tesla at 231 and it's at 267 right now, yeah, you made about 20-something grand. That's how these people make money. That's how they don't tell you they make money. And imagine that you put $1 million into Tesla this morning because you knew what was about to happen, and all of a sudden you made 20%. You made $200,000, $200,000. Now it's unrealized because unless you cash out, it's just sitting there. But what people will do is they'll take that money and move it into something else, like gold or something. They never cash out. Crazy, absolutely crazy. Democrats are giving birth to the calf. You're right. That gain has been just within the last hour. It's going crazy. It's going real crazy. The real patriots should buy at whatever level you can, and what you feel comfortable with. You know, nobody's forcing you to buy something just because. Never buy something just because. Do your research, understand what's going on out there, and pray over it. Kramer the clown on CNBC. Oh yeah, it's going to be like Black Monday. It's going to be worse than anything we'd ever seen. It's going to be forever. They actually wanted it to happen. See, that's the problem. They wanted it to happen, and it didn't happen the way they hoped. They were hoping. They were ready to pounce. You can lose it just as fast. Yep, that's specifically why I do real estate. That is it. That you just hit it, Daryl. You can lose it just as fast. Yep. At least I know there's a house sitting someplace. Start an American business. There you go. Start an American business. Nothing like the smell of nitro in the morning. I doubt they're going to start those cars up. I would almost say they're not going to start those cars. I'm sure Nancy just made another $1 million. You bet. You bet she did. See, that's one of the things that I think a lot of people don't realize is that these people, they play it either way. They don't care. They're ruthless. They're completely ruthless. So while we're waiting for him to come out, perhaps I can continue a little bit with my presentation, and we'll see what happens. But I can still keep an eye out to see when he comes out. All right, so let's go here.
What is so amazing about this whole tariffs saga? The Americans who have the least are willing to say, you know what? Maybe I don't need that extra piece of crap from China. Maybe I'm going to make a little bit less in my 401k if it means that my children have a future. And meanwhile, you look at...
You see, now they put stuff up like this. iPhone costs to skyrocket if manufacturing moves to the United States. The iPhone 16 costs $1,000. If made in America, $3,500. That's a lie that the media is putting out there. And I like Newsmax, but that's a lie. So you think to yourself, Barry, why would you call that a lie? Because the cost isn't $2,000 more. What you're doing is thinking that Apple is going to continue charging the spread. You see, I don't know. I don't have Apple. Robin has Apple. I've got Samsung. If the cost to manufacture this in China is $100, and you charge $1,000 for it, well, that's a 10x or a huge markup. Now, let's say the cost to manufacture this in America is 3 times as much. Wow, it now costs me $300 to go ahead and make this, where I can make it in China for $100. It's 3 times as much. Wow. But I'm selling it for $1,000. So if I'm making it for $300 in America, and I'm selling it in America for $1,000, I'm still making a 3x markup. I do it in China, I'm making a 10x markup. Cost me $100, I'm selling it for $1,000. In America, it cost me 3 times as much, and I'm still selling it for that same $1,000. So I'm making $900 per phone, minus marketing and everything else. If it comes from China, I'm making $700 per phone if I do it in America. But then they're telling you, oh, no, it's going to cost you $3,500, because they're assuming the company is such a snake that they expect the same profit. Instead of saying, all right, it was a great ride, we were ripping off the American public by selling this crappy Chinese stuff inside and selling it for $1,000, or you can just keep it at $1,000, maybe even raise it to $1,200, and you're still making, a really, really good profit. That's the part that these people in the news aren't appropriating. They're thinking that you have to have the same profit level. So this is where it becomes a little bit for companies to have some, hey, listen, we're going to help America. We're still making a crap load of money, but we're not going to have a 10x profit. Maybe we just go with a, 3x profit. Because the only reason you were able to enjoy a 10x profit is because you were ripping us off. The reality of the situation is the market value of this phone hasn't changed. The people who are willing to pay $1,000 for this phone, you've already proved that. So you can go ahead and try and sell this thing for $3,500, and good luck with that. And then it's going to come down, and it's going to come down, and it's going to come down, because the market will dictate it. Not because the manufacturer says it's $3,000. The public will determine what that phone will sell for. And then you're going to have to back it down, and still sell it for $1,000. It's that simple. We do it every day in real estate. Hey, I want $900,000 for my house. Well, you can stick that. I ain't paying that. All right. I'll sell it for $800. Nope, not going to happen. And I'll sell it for $650. Nope. You see, in real estate terms, we call that what I just explained to you, and what manufacturers are going to have to learn very quickly is chasing the market down. When you're the person chasing the market down, there's 2 problems with that. 1, you're not selling it in a timely basis, and 2, everybody else can see you discounting. When I would sell a house, I would always do the opposite. I would find out what the going rate was in the neighborhood. Let's say a house in the neighborhood was selling for $900,000. I'd put mine on that market for $700,000. What do you think happens when you put a house on the market for $700,000 versus putting it up where all the other houses are at $900,000? Well, you got to crap more buyers.
you're able to, one, get all the data. You know everybody coming wants to buy, so you have other opportunities to do things. Number two, you get a bidding war. Barry, I'll give you 7. Oh man, I'm sorry, I just got 730. You want to top 730? 730? I'll give you 750. Oh, you'll do 750? It's 750 right now. 750. This over here gave me 750. You ever go to an auction? That's what ends up happening. I learned that a long time ago. Price it lower, let it run. And oftentimes, what ends up happening is you end up making close to what the market rate was, but because you bought it cheaper, you're in a better position than the homeowner who was trying to sell it at market rate. That one was free. I give that to you free. I don't want to ever be the person that you see, oh, price reduced. I'm like, no, the price didn't reduce. You're just stupid. If you have to reduce the price of the property that you're selling, that means the people selling the property don't know what the hell they're doing. Never reduce your stuff. Always up it.
Wall Street, where people who are losing, yes, a lot of money, but who will, let's be honest, never be poor. In fact, they will never not be rich, no matter how this ends. And they are unwilling to donate a single penny to the future of this nation. It's so utterly backwards. It used to be that the rich had a sense of noblesse oblige. You know what? Maybe we should build a hospital, if only so the peasants don't revolt. But in America, we have this enormous class divide where the top 10% controls over 60% of the GDP and is unwilling to pay a little bit more for the next brand new iPhone, even if it means that their working class neighbors can afford to buy a home. I mean, it is so repulsive.
That's economy in the meantime.
She ain't lying. She is not lying whatsoever. That's what the problem is that Thomas Sowell said it. The more you're used to something and having that change, that privilege change, then you start feeling oppressed by equality. You start feeling oppressed because it's the same as everybody else. You're used to that privilege. That's through the people you're seeing freak out right now all over television. We're still waiting for President Trump to come out.
Stephen made the point talking about working class voters, and now the Republican Party is more multiracial and working class compared to years before. And when you look at it from the perspective of people in the Rust Belt, what have they seen since the early 90s as a result of free trade? 5 million jobs over 2 decades eliminated. 90 good-paying manufacturing jobs, by the way. 90,000 factories closed. That's an estimate. Then you move forward to the early 2000s, increased imports with China, known as the China shock. You're aware of this, even you've written about it. That also eliminated 2 million additional jobs. So you're talking about over 2.5 decades, about 7 to 10 million jobs eliminated, good-paying jobs for blue-collar people. They completely feel ignored. They completely feel forgotten. And so Donald Trump focusing on trying to level set, to your point, and bring back some level of manufacturing, even if it's modernized, not going back to the 80s or 90s, I think is a good thing.
Even if it's robots?
It could potentially benefit those working class
even
people.
if it's robots? I mean, if it's robots.
I don't know how this woman, Abby Phillip, has a show on television. What the hell are you talking? Even if it's robots? Oh, my gosh. They're arguing against progress. They're arguing against prosperity. We would rather have you poor than see, Trump succeed and America succeed. We don't want you to feel success. You need to be poor because, the robots are going to take over and everything. Yeah.
Doing these jobs, then what's the point?
Abby, chip manufacturing. You got to bring some of that back to the United States.
I know, I get that.
We're not at a place where machines can repair themselves when they're damaged. You need to have a skilled workforce being able to take care of those things.
But do you understand my point, Shermichael?
No, I don't
is
understand.
That we are increasingly about to be in an economy where a lot of these jobs that he wants to bring back are not going to be done by humans. Maybe there will be one or two overseeing the robots, but they've acknowledged that. Bessent and Howard Lutnick have both said that over the last few days.
automation,
AI, robots are going to replace most humans in those jobs.
Yeah, so
what is the
global
formula for manufacturing renaissance in that scenario?
Sure. That's a global issue. That's not just an issue that the United States singularly has to face. And I would say at some point we probably need to start preparing our workforce to be prepared for a modernized world. We haven't done that in 2 or 3 decades.
I guess the question is...
That's what I've been telling you. Instead of trying to fight it. I mean, to me, it's insane. It's like trying to go out and never mind the analogy. It makes no sense. You're fighting progress. Unfortunately for some, this is where we are. Again, going to a movie analogy, thinking about the Shawshank Redemption. And when Brooks gets out of jail 40 years later and he's like, hey man, this world all of a sudden went and got itself in a damn hurry. I don't know if I like this. He wasn't used to doing anything. Nothing. Couldn't run a cash register. Couldn't do anything. Yes, this is where we are. A lot of the jobs that used to be done are not going to be there. There's no way to revive that type of position. So, instead of lamenting about it, what should CNN and the Democrats and everybody else be doing? They should be explaining to you, and they should be training you, and they should be making you aware of what you are going to need to do to get to that puck that's going to be over there. I've said it so many times here, people are actually putting it in comments. You skate to where the puck is going to be, not where the puck is. So if you're still thinking that I'm right here next to the puck and the guy comes by and does a slap shot, you're behind. Whew. Oh, better go skate over there. Better skate over there in a hurry, because that's where the puck is. And by the time you get there, guess what? It's going to be over there. You need to know that. The media needs to know that. Instead of the question being, they're talking about AI and all that. Okay, well, the conversation should be, hey, how you doing? Sure, Michael, tell us about what we can do to make people more accomplished in the world of AI and automation. Because once you learn how to deal with AI and automation, then you become a productive member of where the society is going to be, where the big money is going to be. It's not going to be here. I'm telling you that. It's not going to be where you're used to. And President Trump, like she said, and Scott Bessent and Howard Lutnick, they keep telling you. You got no time to cry. No time to be worried about, oh my God, it's never coming back. Nope. Start skating.
To have some conversations about returning some jobs to people while we still can, I think is a positive.
I think that's fine.
Remember that job.
They don't get it. One of the reason I do this show is because I want to let people know things that other people aren't telling them. Even some of the bigger YouTubers are on the right. They're not telling you. And I don't want you to be caught with your pants down. Literally. Everything, unless the ladies want to open up OnlyFans, which probably has a long lifespan. Other than that, you need to get going with things here. Get energized, understand, or whatever you're doing right now. Just think to yourself right now, this is going to be a scary thing. The job you are doing right now, assuming you're not retired, can you be replaced by a machine? Is there a way for a machine to do what you do? Is there a way for a machine to do what your husband or other partner does? Because if there's a way for someone to do it, someone is planning it right now. Somewhere in this world, someone's like, you know what? I think we could make a AI program to do this or that. And they're working on it. It's not an if. People are scanning for opportunity. And they're looking right now, can we do this? Can we do that? Make yourself more profitable by making yourself more marketable. Hey, you can't replace me. Why? Because I'm the guy who fixes your pool and does all this. And unless you have a robot and come in, oh no, that's going to be a long time from that. Okay, so I still need you. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Think about it. There were maid services, and now people are buying Roombas
and you sit the little Roomba thing down, and it goes all around the house. You saw the Jetsons. It's coming. If there's anything I can tell you is to not be worried, but to be aware it's coming. And those of you who are looking the other way and thinking, okay, I hate this thing, I hate AI, it's a mark of the beast, it's too late. It's too late. Understand it's coming, get yourself prepared, understand it, and see what you can do so that you're not replaced. That's what these people in the media should be talking about.
Sucking sound. We have got to stop sending jobs overseas. To those of you in the audience who are business people, pretty simple. If you're paying $12, $13, $14 an hour for factory workers, and you can move your factory south of the border, pay $1 an hour for labor, have no health care, that's the most expensive single element in making a car, have no environmental controls, no pollution controls, and no retirement, and you don't care about anything but making money, there will be a giant sucking sound going south. They called Ross Perot crazy, but after 30 years, they call him right. Bubba was right.
And who called him crazy? Oh yeah, the media and his political opponents. This man saw this thing 30 years ago, actually 33 years ago, if we want to count. And he's like, here's what's going to happen. Nobody paid any attention. They ignored him. And so right now you got guys like me and other people telling you, here's what's going to happen. Don't be one of these people with a sucking sound in a couple of years going, oh my God, I can't believe. You're seeing things happen right now that you didn't know of. It's happening in the market right now. There's no second place here.
Wrong. He signed NAFTA and the giant sucking sound came from the South. And then he signed the China deal and the giant sucking sound came from the East. There were a lot of sucking sounds in the 90s. And Chuck was fed up.
We are fed up, Mr. President. The Chinese should play by the rules once and for all. But how can we stand by as millions of American workers lose their jobs, as thousands of American companies can't compete fairly? No one seeks political advantage. What we seek, rather, is fairness. Fairness in trade.
The party that represented workers, the Democrats, immediately recognized the giant sucking sound was bad for workers, but good for donors. Well,
you see, when you look back in history and past proves future and all this kind of stuff, and you see someone like Nancy Pelosi or Chuck Schumer, and they're all articulating what is happening right now, and they were against it 20 years ago. How do you have such a drastic change in opinion? Well, normally, that change of opinion is correlative to the amount of money that you get in your account. Whether it be from donors or insider trading or whatever, when you realize the game at this point is, okay, so if this is where we're going to go, how do I profit off of it? And most of the time it is the donors, and other times it's insider trading. And you're realizing what the game is. I'm against it until I need to be for it.
Street got rich off the giant sucking sound. And so did Pelosi, Hillary, Kerry, Gore, all of them. So they talked about it to win votes, but didn't do anything about it and turned China into a monster, their monster.
I worked at a factory, went to factory in 1989. We made radial passenger tires for cars. I worked there with my dad, 8 of my uncles, and 12 of my cousins. I was a union steward there. That plant now sits in China because you can import small radial passenger tires pretty cheap because of our failed trade policy in this Democrats' opinion.
Detroit, Pittsburgh, Cleveland, St. Louis, Milwaukee, I could go on and on. They traded jobs and honor for cheap phones and TV screens. Trump's declaring an end to the giant sucking sound and decided to slay the monster.
Countries like China, who have chosen to retaliate and try to double down on their mistreatment of American workers, are making a mistake. President Trump has a spine of steel, and he will not break. And America will not break under his leadership. When America is punched, he punches back harder. That's why there will be 104% tariffs going into effect on China tonight at midnight.
So when the clock's...
See, it's pretty simple when you look at this and realize there's no denying they sold us out. They looked you in the face, said, no, we can't do that, and then realized, well, we get paid to to do the other thing. And meanwhile, our entire country has, as I've said, gone down the tubes, and the people who are being most affected love their captive. They are living definitions of Stockholm Syndrome. Instead of saying, you know what, this little remote here that's coming from China, I toss it out the window. Let me do a replacement. The garage door opener, you look at the back, oh, China. All over the place, China. There's no, within arm's length of wherever you live or whatever you're doing, this is all going on. You're going to find something, actually it'd be harder to find something that's made in America. Wow.
It's midnight tonight, the battle begins. China will be hit with triple-digit tariffs. The export menace should have never retaliated. Trump believes he has the cards and likes his chances.
Trump has maximum negotiating leverage right here, right now. And I think it would be a mistake for anyone to think otherwise. I think it was a big mistake, this Chinese escalation. If you look at the history of the trade negotiations, we are the deficit country. So what do we lose by the Chinese raising tariffs on us? We export 1/5 to them of what they export to us. So that is a losing hand for them.
China had a plan. Dump cheap goods into the rest of the world, use the money to build their military, and pass the U.S. as the world's top superpower.
It's almost, when you look at it, it's sort of like what the business model of the drug dealer. We'll give you some like cheap stuff, and then we got you hooked. You can't get off of it at that point. President Trump has come out of the Oval Office. He'll be making his way to the race cars. So let's go ahead and just go ahead and cut to that so you guys can see him coming out. He came out for a second, went back in, maybe forgot his sunglasses or something. But he's on his way out, and we'll pick this up after he's done. Let's see, is he coming out yet? He was almost out the door. He was out the door and then he went back in. Must have forgot something. All right, let's continue with Jesse. I thought he was walking out, but wait a minute, door's opening, and is this him? Yep, I can see his head. All right, here he comes. Here he comes. There's no sound because obviously nobody's talking, and he's just walking to wherever he's doing this. All right, but soon he will be at a microphone, I hope. I hope it's just not a photo and that's it, but we shall see very shortly.
Everybody. Oh, look who we have.
Afternoon.
Roger. Hello, everybody.
Good to see you, sir.
Mr. President, great to see you. Nice to see you.
I do know Roger. Good to see you again. For last night.
Nice appreciate it. That was great last night.
When you had the sausages there, that was great.
Oh, the sausages, boy. They really they were fantastic.
You were terrific, Mr. President.
Thank you.
You got the market seeing your brilliance.
Yeah, that's up almost 7 points. 2,500 points. Nobody's ever heard of it. It's going to be a record.
Amazing. Yeah. You make an announcement the next thing. Yes, sir. Smart.
The key is you're going to get the tax.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Hello, everybody. How are you? Is this the car?
Yep, this is the car. Yep.
Ryan from last year, he got 23, so pretty amazing job these guys. Pretty amazing. This is the team behind him here. Fantastic. How are you? Nice to see you.
Great. Thank you. See you, President. Thanks for having us.
Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you very much. We had to do it. Somebody had to do it, right? Well, thank you very much, everybody. We have a very special day for a lot of reasons, actually, if you really think about it. But this is a day because Roger Penske is a great friend of mine. I've known him a long time. He received a few years ago the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the highest award in the country outside of the Congressional Medal of Honor. It's sort of the civilian version of the Congressional Medal of Honor. And I watched him win his 18th Indianapolis 500. And now I just said, did you win 19? He said, well, actually, we won 20. He won 2 more since then. So that was like 5 years ago, and he won 2 more since then. And just well-deserving. If you look, Germany, Japan, the countries, they spend billions of dollars trying to win Indy. And I guess they do it sometimes, but not much. But he's done it 20 times, so he must know something about cars and racing, and trucks, too, by the way. He knows a lot about trucks. But he's been a very special guy, and he's brought some of our outstanding racing champions with tremendous courage and guts and grit. Hello, fellas. I didn't see you guys over there. That's a good-looking couple of teams, too. They have a lot of courage. And we'll see you in a second. So we're joined by the 2023-2024 NASCAR champion, Ryan Blaney, and Joey Logano. That's really fantastic, fellas. That's great. To get that car going, like as an example, on average, how fast will you
About 190.
About 190, you can have it. I don't want to go, but 190, that's fantastic. And on a straightaway, you'll go how much?
About 190, 200.
About 190 to 200. Well, it takes a special genetic, you know that, right? It's genes. Not only it's genes, really. Most people couldn't do that. Very few people could do it. The 2023 and 2024 Indianapolis 500 winner, Joseph Newgarden. Hey, Joseph. And the 2025 champions of the 24 Hours of Daytona, Felipe Nasser, Nick Tandy, and Lawrence Ventura. Thank you, sir. This is just a celebration of racing, and it's a celebration of Roger and his great success and his life, and these incredible champions who really do what very few people could do. Mentally, psychologically, it's a big factor here, like it is in all sports, really, but you need a great physical ability. People that do this, they don't realize what great athletes they are. It's just not the car. I had a friend, he's a very successful guy, but he was a driver, and started off, he wanted to be a race car driver. He wanted to be like you. He wanted to be just like Joey Logano. and he had it for business, but he didn't have it for he said, I just couldn't compete with the good drivers. He couldn't do it, no matter what he did. And he got lucky. He went into business and made a lot of money. He was very successful. But he said, I couldn't press the accelerator down all the way, and the best drivers could. So there was just a difference. It was really, I never forgot that story. But these are great champions, and it's a great sport. And what you've done in Indianapolis also with the track and everything has been incredible. I mean, it's really incredible. People tell me it's been amazing. I'll have to get there. I'm going to have to get there maybe this year with you. But well, thank you very much. Thank you. We did Daytona. We went around the track in the Beast, what's called the Beast, with the thick windows and the whole thing. And you're not supposed to hear anything, but I heard the fans. They were going crazy outside. So it was a great honor. So I just wanted to welcome them to the White House, a special place, very, very special place. And we love champions, and these are the greatest champions in the world. These are the greatest champions in racing, and it's an honor to have you all. And thank you very much, all of you. Thank you very much. I wouldn't ride in that thing if you paid. How fast will that go?
240 plus.
240.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
It's a weapon.
Two-time winner of the Indianapolis 500 consecutively, right?
Yes, sir.
So what the hell are you doing? What do you eat?
A lot of milk. Drinking a lot of milk, hopefully.
Okay, I'm going to take some. And that one is pure speed and endurance, right?
Correct, sir.
Speed and endurance. Is that car a very different car than, let's say, this one? Very different?
Very different.
Very different.
Yeah.
Made for...
You gotta last so many hours.
Right.
And we all share the car, so three drivers.
Totally different engine.
Different engine.
Everything's different.
Everything.
And you'll go, is it 24 hours?
Yeah.
That's a long time. And that car just, there's no let up, it's just constant, right? That's fantastic. Congratulations. That's endurance. Endurance is a big factor in life and success, I can tell you. So you guys have it. Well, thank you very much. Would you like to ask Roger or any of these champions any questions while we're here?
Yeah. You started the morning saying be cool, and just a few hours later, there was a pause put in on the tariffs. Can you walk us through your thinking about why you decided to put a 90-day pause?
Well, I thought that people were jumping a little bit out of line. They were getting yippy, you know? They were getting a little bit yippy, a little bit afraid, unlike these champions, because we have a big job to do. No other president would have done what I did. No other president. I know the presidents, they wouldn't have done it. And it had to be done. What was happening to us on trade, not only with, you know, if you look at it, not only with China, but China was by far the biggest abuser in history, and others also, but somebody had to do it. They had to stop because it was not sustainable. Last year, China made $1 trillion off trade with the United States. That's not right. And now I've reversed it. It's for a short period of time, but we made $2 billion. We're making now $2 billion a day. And somebody had to do it. Roger actually said it. Charles Schwab was here a little while ago, one of the great financial people, and he said he's been waiting for 40 years for somebody to do what I did over the last month. And if you didn't do it, you wouldn't have a country. It wouldn't be sustainable. So I'm honored to have done it. And, you know, look, nothing's over yet, but we have a tremendous amount of spirit from other countries, including China. China wants to make a deal. They just don't know how quite to go about it. You know, it's one of those things they don't know how quite. They're proud people. And President Xi's a proud man. I know him very well. And they don't know quite how to go about it, but they'll figure it out. They're in the process of figuring it out, but they want to make a deal. And we have many other countries, as you know, many more than 75, and they all want to come. And they want to come here, or they'll go to Commerce, or they'll go to Treasury. We have our great senators here and congressmen. They'll call John. They'll do somebody. They'll go through somebody, but they're all calling. How do we do this? They all want to make a deal. Somebody had to do what we did, and I did a 90-day pause for the people that didn't retaliate, because I told them if you retaliate, we're going to double it. And that's what I did with China, because they did retaliate. So we'll see how it all works out. I think it's going to work out amazing. I think that our country is going to be at the end of a year or shorter, but I think we're going to have something that nobody would have dreamt possible. A man like Roger Penske, I don't want to get him in trouble with China, so I won't, but he would know that you have to, someday you have to cut the bow and you have to do what you have to do, right, Roger? And that's what I did, and I'm very happy to have done it.
Mr. President, was there anyone the Prime Minister of Greece just told Breitbart's Matt Boyle that he thinks absolutely the European Union and the United States could work out a trade deal that's win-win and, quote, mutually beneficial to both sides. What do you think about the Prime Minister's comments, and do you think a deal could be struck with the European Union?
First of all, I know him. He's a good man, and I appreciate his comments. Yeah, a deal could be made with every one of them. A deal's going to be made with China. A deal's going to be made with every one of them. And there'll be fair deals. I just want fair. They will be fair deals for everybody. But they weren't fair to the United States. They were sucking us dry, and you can't do that. You know, we have $36 trillion of debt for a reason. We don't have it there for fun. They have it for a reason. And people took advantage of our country, and they ripped us off for decades. I've been thinking about this for decades. I've been if you ever saw me on television, I was young like these guys. And it was a good old days, I'll tell you, Roger. But I was like these guys, young, and I was talking about it. Nothing changed, and nothing was done about it. Then I did it. In my first term, I did it, and did it well. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China and others, and I started the process, but then we had to fix up from the COVID mess caused by China. We had to fix up from that, and we did a good job of doing it. And when we handed back the reins after a rigged election, and when we handed back the reins, the stock market was higher than it was before COVID coming in. So, you know, we did a great job, but we didn't have time to do the big thing, which we're doing now. And it's, you know, it's like a patient is sick, you have to do surgery. Patient is very, very sick. And Joe Biden handed us over a country that was in very serious trouble, economically and in every other way. They let China run away with things. They let other countries run away with things. And maybe worst of all, in a certain way, is what they did at the border. We had people pouring into our country by the millions. Many of them were murderers and drug lords and thieves and people from prisons from all over the world. And there were people from mental institutions, insane asylums. They were taking their mentally insane, and they were dumping them into our country. And I'll tell you, Tom Homan and Kristi Noem are doing a fantastic job in removing them. And now the courts, the Supreme Court just gave us numerous good rulings where we have to be able to get them out. You had other judges trying to take over the system. And think of it, they take over. They want these people coming back. Tren de Aragua from Venezuela, the Venezuela jails that cut off the fingers of a man in Colorado. They cut off his fingers because he called the police looking for help. They said, "Did you call the police?" He said, "Yes, I did." "Put your hand down," and they cut off the fingers. This is what they want to bring these people back now. And I want to thank the president of El Salvador for the job he's done, because that is, that's the way it has to be done. And it's too bad. Yeah, please.
Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi, they've been talking about tariffs for decades. How come when these Democrat elites want tariffs, everything's hunky-dory, but when President Trump wants tariffs, all hell breaks loose? Do you see this double standard?
I love this guy, whoever the hell that is. That's really nice. I appreciate that question. No, Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, everybody knew you had to do it, but they never had the guts to do it. It does take guts. It even takes guts for our country to go through it. That's why I say be cool. They were saying about, see, just be cool. It's going to work out. It's going to work out, and it's working out. I can tell you, working out maybe faster than I thought. But I said it's going to take a little conditioning. It's a transition to. It's really, I think it's a transition to greatness. It's going to be greatness. Our country is going to be. There'll be nothing like it, and people investing in our country, they're going to do better than they've ever done before. We have more car manufacturers, Roger, coming into our country now. Speaking of cars. We've never seen anything like it. And they're coming in because of the election, but they're coming in because of the tariffs, because they don't want to pay 25 or 50 or whatever it may be. They don't want to pay that. They can't pay that. We had 3 cancellations in Mexico, building a plant. They're all coming into the United States. Canada, they're coming in. From China, they're coming in from everywhere. And that's just cars. We have chip makers coming. We're the biggest chip maker in the world from Taiwan, coming in, spending $3 billion to build plants, and mostly a big plant. This is a hell of a plant when you spend the kind of money that they're going to go $200 to $300 billion, not million. You know, you'd say million would be the right number. It's not. $200 to $300 billion. Think of that, $300 billion. If you look at Apple is going to spend $500 billion building a plant. They wouldn't be doing that if I didn't do this. They'd just keep building them in China. And that's unsustainable. It's not a pleasant thing to do, but I appreciate the question. And, you know, interestingly, Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi, Crazy Nancy, they've wanted to do this for years, but they never had a president that had the guts to do it, because it does take guts, believe me.
Was it the bond markets that persuaded you to reverse course?
I was watching the bond market. The bond market is very tricky. I was watching it, but if you look at it now, it's beautiful. The bond market right now is beautiful. But Yeah, I saw last night where people were getting a little queasy. I think everything had, well, the big move wasn't what I did today. The big move was what I did on Liberation Day. We had Liberation Day in America. We're liberated from all of the horrible deals that were made, all of the horrible trade deals that were made. And I was helped by people just like this, senator, congressman, and friends, right? And we had great help in the Senate. Our Republican senators have been amazing. They stood tall. And likewise in the House. And John Thune has done an amazing job. Barrasso has done an amazing job. I mean, I can't think of a senator, really. We had tremendous support. We got a bill passed the other day with almost unanimous support in the Senate. And I think we're going to get that in the House, too. And I have to tell you that Mike Johnson is a great speaker. He's done a fantastic job. We had a majority of 1. Now we have a majority of 7. And you don't realize how big 7 is until you have a majority of 1. 7 sounds like so much. But we're doing well. But Mike Johnson and John Thune have done a really great job.
Mr. President, was there anyone who influenced your decision? Did you speak with anyone, Jamie Dimon? Did you speak with anyone?
Well, I watched Jamie Dimon on Maria Bartiromo's show this morning, and he was very good. He said that, actually made the statement to effect that something had to be done with the tariffs and trade. He said that. He said, look, at some point, but he said something has to be done with tariffs and trade. He understood it. He's very smart and very a genius financially. He's done a fantastic job at the bank. And he knows that. Everybody knows that. Anybody that's even a little bit smart knows it. It wasn't sustainable what was happening. Somebody had to pull the trigger. I was willing to pull the trigger. This should have been done long ago. Just like Biden should have stopped the border long ago. I mean, allowed 21 million people plus into our country, many of whom should never have been allowed out of prisons and jails. They came out of prisons and jails from all over the world, and now we're getting them out, bringing them back to their countries. But it's should have never been done. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Sir, would you consider exempting some U.S. companies, maybe some larger companies who have been hit hard in the markets the last few days during this 90 days?
As time goes by, we're going to take a look at it. There are some that have been hard. There are some that, by the nature of the company, get hit a little bit harder, and we'll take a look at that. Yeah.
How will you determine the next 90 days?
Just instinctively, more than anything else. I mean, you almost can't take a pencil to paper. It's really more of an instinct, I think, than anything else.
Credibility like? Because you said that these tariffs would go in effect on Monday. You said no pause. Today there is a pause. So how can people believe your words today?
It's not a question of that. You have to have flexibility. I could say, here's a wall, and I'm going to go through that wall. I'm going to go through it no matter what, and keep going, and you can't go through the wall. Sometimes you have to be able to go under the wall, around the wall, or over the wall. These guys know that better than anybody, right? You got to go around them sometimes. You're not going to go through them. So I consider, I think in financial markets, because they change. Look how much it changed today. We went from, pretty moderate today, but over the last few days it looked pretty glum, to, I guess they say it was the biggest day in financial history. That's a pretty big change. And I think the word would be flexible. You have to be flexible. Like he's asking the question about some companies. Some companies, through no fault of their own, they happen to be in an industry that is more affected by these things than others. You have to be able to show a little flexibility. And I'm able to do that. I'm going to say hello to these champions because they are great champions. I got to say hello.
To avoid more escalation.
Thank you, Mr. President. So if you guys want to take your polls down, yes. We took it.
Gentlemen's on the sides. Everybody in 2 rows. Everybody in.
So we're going to do it.
Oh, so much for that. I guess that means you go home now. We all done. You go home. That's funny. Wow. So it's embarrassing. Our media is embarrassing. We have to understand that these people are standing in front of some of the world-class cars, world-class drivers, and they're talking about tariffs, asking the same stupid questions. Unreal. It doesn't make any sense with these people. So it's 3:20 right now. At 3:20 real time, if you guys are watching live, if you're watching on the replay, I don't know what time it is. But earlier when I looked at his schedule and Monica Page had posted his schedule for today, it looked as though there was supposed to be executive order signings at 2:30. This was supposed to have happened at 2 o'clock. I don't think this was live, so it may have been, Memorex. And so the 2:30 executive order signing may end up showing up, and people might be broadcasting that in a little while. I'm probably going to have to wait and run that tonight because, wow. Okay, so let me continue here because I got a few things to show you. I'm probably going to keep the Miranda Devine interview until tonight because I've got I've got two segments in the can, and we're already at 2 hours and 15 minutes, and there's some other things I want to show you. So I'm going to show, here's what we're going to do. Tonight at 7:30, I've got the Miranda Devine interview, and I've got the press conference with Pam Bondi and Kash Patel as they rounded up a whole bunch of drugs down here in Fort Lauderdale. $500 million of drugs they interdicted and confiscated with the Coast Guard. I'll show that tonight. I'll show Miranda Devine tonight and whatever news that comes out for the rest of the day. But let's continue with today's show because I still got some more stuff to talk to you about.
But if China can't dump cheap goods here, and we're the world's biggest market, they have nowhere else to sell. They can't sell to Europe. They don't have the consumer power. And they can't sell to themselves because their birth rate's cratered. And once China can't sell, they have to lay off their workers. And the communists don't want a billion angry unemployed Chinese. That's how regimes get toppled. But we have to let Xi Jinping lose face gracefully. A quick, violent death makes us collateral damage. So we have to lower the Chinese casket into the ground diplomatically. While Trump's taxing Chinese products,
I just got a picture. I didn't plan this, but why do I have the picture of those Nigerians with the casket and as they're dancing? You guys have seen that casket, and it says China on it. Oh, that just popped in my head.
Kicking them out of the hemisphere. Pistol Pete's down at the Panama Canal today, flexing the Monroe Doctrine.
The United States of America will not allow communist China or any other country to threaten the canal's operation or integrity. I want to be very clear. China did not build this canal. China does not operate this canal. And China will not weaponize this canal.
China brought...
So in addition to that, and what he said yesterday, there's even more information I want to show you on that. So let me break with that because Pete Hegseth just did an announcement today. And so let me show you what he said today because this is crazy.
That is why the United States and Panama have just signed a memorandum of understanding on cooperative security activities. And will be signing, just moments after this press conference, a joint declaration with the Minister of Canal Affairs on the security and operation of the Panama Canal, which is a framework for U.S. warship and auxiliary ships to sail first and free through the Panama Canal.
So he's serious. They're looking at taking over the Panama Canal. And they've already done some sort of declarative agreement to do so. So, man, things are happening. Like I said earlier, the media can't react. There's just too much stuff happening. Like, wait a second, should we? I can't even do it. I wanted to show you the Pam Bondi press conference. Oh, gonna push it. I wanted to show you the Miranda Devine. I'm gonna push that, and it just keeps happening. Just too much.
Biden's, but boy, did they pick the wrong horse. Trump knocked the big guy out, and now he's wrestling their precious TikTok away. And Beijing's on its heels. Breaking, China also guts Russia. The Chinese can't fill Putin's shaky economy, so now that Trump's engineered oil down to $60 a barrel, Putin's war machine's going to take a hit. Russia's influence in the Mideast is weaker than ever. Their proxy in Syria got picked off, and their other proxy, Iran, as we speak, is surrounded by 2 U.S. aircraft carriers, the USS Truman and the Vincent. Oh, and we have B-2 bombers waiting at Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean, while Trump's chief negotiator, Steve Witkoff, starts bargaining with the mullahs. Now, if they knock off their nuke program, we can bring Iranian oil back online and drive the energy prices down even lower.
I feel like I'm watching an artist at work. All the different things that Trump is painting right now and how it's all coming together. It's not like a Picasso. It's actually becoming quite apparent what's going on. He's hitting a reset on the world. The European Union, Asia. By the way, has anybody even mentioned Ukraine? It's like, we don't care anymore. I don't care. You're not getting any more of our money. Do whatever you want. I don't care if Putin bombs you into oblivion. It's we're done. We're done with you. Let's see. If you replace hand word once the whole world collapsed, what? Gosh. There are people who argue with a fence post. Somebody's like, you're wrong. If you replace hard work at once, the whole would collapse. There are no robots who fix your electric problems. Okay, be an electrician then. I don't care. I didn't say electricians were going out of business. I didn't say plumbers were going out of business. You're good.
Hurt Putin, bring rates down, and take the edge off any inflation that the trade war triggers. And Europe knows where its bread's buttered. They can't afford their socialist welfare states without the American security blanket. And we're not going to give them that little blanket if they don't drop their tariffs. And they just said they're willing to go down to 0 tariffs. And if they kill their VAT tax and sprinkle in Greenland, we could have a deal. America.
I forget. I'm watching this morning and I'm like, I forgot about that. He's going after Greenland. And so you need an actual scorecard because we don't have his deal-making war room stuff in front of us. Like, what are we doing today? And we just heard that the executive orders got pushed. Let me see if they're even scheduled to come back on. No. So that'll probably come out in a little while. But it just keeps happening. So as you saw what happened today, just today, some things happened where Caroline Leavitt, and talk about taking a victory lap. Talk about coming out and just going, Her and Scott Bessent, they come out and they do like an impromptu announcement after, everything happened and he dropped paused the tariffs on the other countries, but we're still going to pound. This is classic Trump. Those of you guys who haven't followed him since the 80s and seen what the art of the deal really is, I advise you to go buy the book. Go buy the book. And if you buy the book, you're going to see this was all orchestrated. I don't understand how intelligent people in the media, if they're there, didn't see what was coming. Because if you didn't see what was coming, you didn't know Trump. And now it's about to be completely revealed.
Tariff on China. The tariff on China will now go up to 125% because China imprudently decided to retaliate against the United States. And as I said at the podium yesterday, when you punch at the United States of America, President Trump is going to punch back harder. In that same vein, we have had more than 75 countries from around the world reach out to President Trump and his team here at the White House to negotiate better trade deals for the American worker. We have been overwhelmed with the amount of requests from countries around the world. I'll let the Secretary speak to that. We will continue with the tailor-made negotiations that I spoke about yesterday. In the meantime, there will be a 90-day pause on the reciprocal tariffs as these negotiations are ongoing, and the tariff level will be brought down to a universal 10% tariff. The Secretary here has been a huge part of the President's trade team, of course, and will continue to lead these negotiations moving forward to look out for the American worker, which is always President Trump's goal. So I'll kick it over to our great Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent.
Good. Thank you. And we saw the successful negotiating strategy that President Trump implemented a week ago today. It has brought more than 75 countries forward to negotiate. It took great courage for him to stay the course until this moment. And what we have ended up with here, as I told everyone a week ago, they're in this very spot, do not retaliate, and you will be rewarded. So every country in the world who wants to come and negotiate, we are willing to hear you. We're going to go down to a 10% baseline tariff for them. And China.
All right, so I just wanted to interject here because I see some of the things in the comments and people are already confused. So let me just clarify this. All of the countries that are coming to kiss the ring, everybody who wants to negotiate, who didn't retaliate, who didn't act stupid, we'll talk to you. We're going to lower things down to 10% right now. Right now. So it's only applicable to the countries that decided it was a good idea to come meet with President Trump and his team. Those of you who did retaliate, China, you're stuck. Your goose is cooked. So it's not pausing on everybody because that's something that people are saying in the comments. I don't know if they're trolls or not, but it's not pausing everything. You play nice, you want to make nice with America, we'll go ahead and pause it. You want to be idiots, you still get what you get.
Will be raised to 125 due to their insistence on escalation.
Secretary, thank you for doing this. Let me ask you three quick things.
So you understand now. And it's so funny to me as you hear the guy talk. It's a reward for being good. You're a good kid. You're going to get the reward. Man, I mean, these people just went out there and spanked people. I absolutely love it. So, and there's another cut. Let me see if I can see it. Is this the cut? Wait a minute. I don't know.
If I could just add to what the secretary said, many of you in the media clearly missed the art of the deal.
Yeah.
You clearly failed to see what President Trump is doing here. You tried to say that the rest of the world would be moved closer to China when in fact we've seen the opposite effect. The entire world is calling the United States of America, not China, because they need our markets, they need our consumers, and they need this president in the Oval Office to talk to them. And that's exactly why more than 75 countries have called, because the United States of America is the best place in the world to do business. And as the president has shown great courage, as the secretary has said, in choosing to retaliate against China even higher.
Boom. Mic drop. Boom. You got played. I can't imagine that we're using that term when we're talking about global economics of somebody getting played. Well, they told you. Don't do it. China, you stepped right into it. And everybody else, and he said that again, earlier you heard Scott Besson say, our strategy is to get everybody working against China. And I don't think China thought everybody was going to jump in this boat. It just worked beautifully. And she just said it. I think you guys in the media, you all missed it. You were so anti-Trump, you were so Jim Cramer, it's going to be Black Monday, and you completely missed it. And then I saw this posted a little while ago by Stephen Miller. President Trump's master strategy, bold statesmanship, and brilliant tactical planning has done more to reform broken international trade in days than anyone who has achieved in decades while economically and politically isolating the global architect of economic aggression, China. He put China in a box. This man has been in office going on 90 days, and he put China in a box. I mean, it's just amazing. Stephen Miller followed up with this. You've been watching the greatest economic master strategy from an American president in history. And everyone in the media got caught with their pants down. I don't know who was, if Trump was the strategist, if Scott Bessent was, or Howard Lutnick, or it was a brain trust of all of them in there. They came up with a great plan. They executed a great plan, and everything they wanted to happen happened. I mean, you can't get any better with game planning. There's nothing. When you sit back and historians look at this years from now, they're gonna go, my gosh, did they really pull this off? Yup. And just think of how you had to have that confidence, because it is such a delicate thing. Yeah, so delicate. If we tweak this, this might fall. How far can we go? And he kept telling people, chill. Yeah, chill. It's going to be okay. And nobody wanted to listen in the media. And now, China at this point has got to come really quick. If nothing else, he's got to save face. I love this gift. It said, people that bought the dip this morning. Oh God. We live for these kind of days. This is just amazing. Just amazing to me that we have a president who's making us proud by doing all this stuff. It just keeps going. Let's see if there's anything else I want to do before tonight. But if you get this one, I can't dare play it. But those of you who saw the movie Tropic Thunder, people are putting this out. That scene with Tom Cruise. Oh, it's hilarious. It's very dirty, but it definitely shows where things are today. Oh man, I'm so happy, and I hope all of you enjoyed today and breathe that even if the market dips back down, which it will, like Dave Ramsey said, just hold on. We're in a ride that's only basically taken off in 90 days. There's a whole lot to go. A whole lot more that can happen. And just be good with it. I mean, the market is just absolutely skyrocketing right now. And it doesn't mean anything except for the people who are already in it. Right now we're at 2,700 points up. 7% today. Back up to 40.40. Let's see what gold is. Gold is up 4%. Just saying. Not that it matters, but let's look at Tesla real quick. And Tesla's up 21%. I told you people were going to make millions, tens of millions, and even billions over the next 90 days. I was thinking it was going to take 90 days. Things are looking up for America, even while they looked dim just a few days ago. Now all these people have to eat crow. What do you do? And the thing with it is you have to keep saying to yourself, it's only April 9th. What's next? It's crazy. I don't know about you. I'm in love. I'm just loving this.
We're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
And the funniest thing with this, as we're about to close, and I really think this is, it's 3:30, and I'm gonna go eat something, hang out with the wife for a while, and I'll check on some of the news. And I guarantee you, I will turn on MSNBC and CNN so you don't have to, and they will be complaining. The misery networks have nowhere to go. Again, as I said in one of my videos, the word contrast. There are people right now who are going to look and go, okay, so I spent last Saturday out there protesting, and the market's up 2,800 points. Yeah. And there's people who, were crying about the Nazi fascist, and you're complaining because he won and Biden lost and gas is down and grocery prices. The misery politics is not going to work moving forward. If anything that's happened, and this is where you can rest your head on it. If anything that's happened in the last 24 to 72 hours, it shows you one thing. It shows you that we can indeed become a very prosperous country. And it should also show you that the deep state and the ne'er-do-sayers, how do you say, ne'er-do-wells, are working hard to try not to let it happen. And right now, you could also think and imagine if everybody was working in unison. If everybody's like, you know what? Let's do this, man. Yeah. We're America. Can you imagine what kind of ride we'd be on? If there was no deep state, if there was no craziness, communists and all the... Can you imagine if as America, this was like September 12th of 2001? If you had that September 12th mindset with what Trump is doing right now, we would literally have to strap on a seatbelt and go, oh my God, we are flying. That's where people need to get back to. Be proud in America. Buy America. Promote America. I can't imagine. I just want you to think. This is happening all in 90 days with a guy they absolutely hate. In a country they want to destroy. Despite everything they're throwing at him and doing this stuff, it's still moving forward. Just imagine if more people got on board, which I think they will. At some point, you have to look and say, I've been vanquished by my opponent, and I'm actually, he's not what I was told he is. This is where you come in. You still think this guy's a Nazi? Oh, okay. You still think he's a fascist? Oh, really? You think all that stuff? Do you think that because he doesn't want boys playing girls' sports, that's a reason for you to be out in the street? Do you think anybody cares that you wear your dog mask and crawl around on all fours? You think we care? Or is it more important for America to be able to buy cheaper gas, cheaper groceries, better housing, lower interest rates? What do you think? What do you think most people care about? I'm pretty sure it's not the gimp. It's not the gimp in a box. And it's not the guy crawling around on all fours. I'm pretty sure most Americans, Democrats included, are like, hey, it's summertime and I want to take a vacation with the kids. Thank you, President Trump. Oh, gosh. Like I've always said, somebody goes, I never thought of that. I think this is what you're talking about is even the people on the left are going to enjoy what's coming. There are many, many Democrats and independents who saw what happened today and went, wow, but give this guy a chance. Maybe indeed things can be much different. And that's what everybody is hoping for. At this point, it's easy for you to talk, hey, how was your day today? just leave it like that. Hey, you check your 401k today? you see what's happening if we work together? You still want to go out there and protest, Granny? Come on, Granny, you were in a walker in Boca protesting. You had somebody drive your Lexus to a protest. And you didn't even know why you were there, Granny. Yeah, you're right. So sit down, eat some pudding, put on Golden Girls reruns or Matlock reruns, and enjoy the show. Root for us. Root for all of us. It'll make you feel better. I promise. Oh, I love it. I absolutely love it. I'm too excited about this. All right, so let me do some super chats while you guys listen to this. Hey, if you'd like to join 15,000 plus fellow patriots on X in our private X/Twitter group, go to fanfareshop.org/group. Just put in that URL in your browser. It'll take you right to our private group on X. Love to see you there. Let's share some content. And if you'd like to win a hoodie. No and yet. But I can tell you, on Monday, we'll be starting the giveaway for the t-shirts. Talk to the printer, getting Ashley the artwork. We're going to get that going. So on Monday, what I'm going to do, just to let you know, we're going to give away 5 during the day show and 5 during the night show. We're going to give away 10 t-shirts on Monday. So be ready. Don't forget, Thursday, next Thursday, the 17th, is a prayer night, which you guys are all invited to. We're getting the Bibles out. We're doing everything, trying to get everything out to everybody. Ashley asked me, I got to go ahead and print the new hoodies winner list. Got to get that to her. In the meantime, what I'd like you to do is, if you are interested in the free Trump knife, here it is right here. This is the free Trump knife. Folks, Trump is back in office and he's kicking butt, and it's only going to get better from here. As a celebration, Patriot Addict is sending our free Trump red knives to people who voted for Trump and my great viewers. You just simply scan the QR code right there to get yours right now just for shipping. Or you can go to berryknife.com. Berry knife, not knives. This is just their way of saying thank you for supporting President Trump and being part of this moment in history. Normally this knife sells for $70, but right now you can grab it just for the cost of shipping. Scan the QR code to over here or visit berryknife.com to apply your 100% off coupon and claim your Trump knife today before they're all gone. Again, that's berryknife.com, or scan the QR code right here. Now I'm going to do my Vanna White impression and show it to you. This is the knife. It's very sharp, so I'm going to give you a disclaimer and say be careful. It's got some serious weight to it. It's not a flimsy knife. You can tell here I'm trying to bend it without cutting myself. It would suck if I cut myself and started bleeding all over a white shirt and on screen here. It's got really good sizing. You can see how long that knife is. It's very, very long. It's got the seatbelt cutter right there in case you need it. You get stuck in a car, you need to cut the seatbelt. It's got the window breaker in case you get stuck underwater and you need to get away before the gators come after you, or maybe it would enhance the gators coming after you here in South Florida. But this is the red knife, and if you guys want to get it, just go ahead and click the QR code right there, or go to berryknife.com. Hopefully everything's working with the QR code. There were some people who had a problem with it the other day. So that being said, let me get to the super chats, and then we'll do the after party. Oh, starting next week as well. I believe it's next week. I got to get that confirmed with Ashley. We're going to be doing something called, well, I already used the after party. Maybe that'll be the after party. It's going to be the ending. I'll come up with a nice, cute name for it. But what's going to happen is I'm going to have some exclusive content that I can't normally say on YouTube. And so at the end of the show, it's going to bounce automatically to Rumble. So we'll be talking about something, maybe it's, stuff with kids or something, and I'll say, okay, jump over to Rumble right now. We're going to go ahead and finish the show over there, and then boom, you guys will have the opportunity to click a button and just go over to the new show. So, not new show, but the extended show. So that should be some fun. We're going to try that. It might be some kinks we're trying to work out, but that's what we're going to be doing. All right, Jenny, we should all get together and open nationwide MAGA shop that only sells Made in America. Name it MAGA. I like that. I like that. World peace. Stocks are up 2,000 points. South Koreans and Japanese making deals. Tilly, thank you. Eaters of Dead, what a name. Never been, I put $500 in a stock last week. Just today I'm up $40 so far. All I invested in is an American company. So understand what you just said. You invested $500, you're up $40 today. So depending on commissions and everything, you made an 8% return. Right? Yep, 8%. That's good, by the way. Birthing Ministries. My clothing store has lost so much business due to China stores posting everything they sold to me on Facebook lower than what they sold to me. There you go. That's IP theft. Tracy, and it's easy for them to track. They can look at a website, they can see like which one has the most traffic, which one has the most comments, and we'll go ahead and just make that and sell it cheaper. Tasty Lee, I wonder how that gentleman you met over the weekend at the hippies from her 60s rally is feeling today. I would love to. I would love to see them. Maybe I'll bump into them in a restaurant. Brian Newland, for too long we have been taken advantage of. It's about time we become the apex predator and show the rest of the world what we can be. I don't know why people have a problem with that. I think we 100% should be an apex predator. I think this is what people need to see. America is back in power. We're not on our knees. We're not crawling. All those things. Tracy Lee, Barry, we love your winning, and more winning. Yes, I love that. Leland, Barry, gift of truth, knowledge, and gap. CC, agree. One example, I told my husband last night, no more Temu shopping for me, and that's fine with us. We want to be able to buy America and keep our money here. It's going to be hard. It's not going to be hard to buy America. It's going to be hard to find products. We are going to have to be expert shoppers. Turn it over and look at the label. Oh my God, where's this from? Paraguay or something. Moshe, this is why the Dems are backed by Soros. World peace. 10K live, but only 2.8 likes. Please push the like button. Thank you very much. R. Heath, hey brother, haven't seen you in a while. Please ask Ashley to reach out to us at Chicago Flips Red. I sent a DM. We need your help and reach. Okay. Chicago Flips Red. Danny Barrow, fanfare, the most versatile podcast on the net. I try to move back and forth around. Ernest Walker, Democrats are doing a major sell-off in the stock market so they can blame Trump. It's time for Republicans to start buying all the stock that they can afford to offset the sell-off. That's a good point, Ernest. Yeah, you got to be able to fight fire with fire. Where'd I go with that? Hot Rod, Swift owned by JBS, which is a U.S.-Brazilian company. Okay. Talking about Swift Meats. Stan Miffin, remember when we used to say Buy American? Yeah, Buy American, look for the union label, all those kind of things kind of just went by the wayside. I'm not really sure why. Kent Fish, some Aussie slang on Looney Dems, that screw loose couple of kangaroos jumping around in the top paddock, handy as an ashtray on a motorbike. Oh my God, that's a good one. As handy as an ashtray on a motorbike. I never heard that before. The light sights are on, but no one is home. Love your work, Barry. Thank you, Kent. Susan, thank you. George Rivera, do we need to re-register for the new t-shirts? No. Let me make sure I make that clear. If you were registered for the hoodies, when we switch over, you're already registered for the t-shirts, so you don't have to re-register for those. Where are we? Susan McCauley, thank you. Tom Chow, great show, thank you. Donna, I can't wait for the day we look at the bottom of everything and it says Made in America. You know what's funny? We don't even have to say that to other countries. You're in China, you don't have to go, where was this made? They don't even have to ask. It was here. Tim Albert, IndyCar is not Formula One. Yes, I was schooled on that. Formula One equals Mercedes, Ferrari, Aston Martin. Exactly. One American team that uses Ferrari motors. Thank you, Tim. And Sherry Clem, great show today, Barry. I'm going to go listen to Revolution by the Beatles right after this. You know it's going to be all right. Yes, it's going to be okay. Like I said, the guy the other day, and he said, Barry, aren't you worried about your integrity? I'm like, no, I'm fine. I wouldn't try to steer you wrong. If I felt Trump was like messing up, I'd be one of the first ones telling you, hey man, this ain't gonna work. This isn't gonna happen. But everything that, you know, having known him, having followed him, having covered every rally, every single thing is what he said he would do. Just imagine that. We have a politician now who said, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do this. Said it. The words came out of his mouth. I am going to obliterate the deep state. He said it. So why would I be feeling my integrity is down or I'm embarrassed because he said all this? We're going to take on China. We're going to stop getting our butts kicked. We're going to try to move towards the External Revenue Service. He said all of this. If you're surprised, you weren't paying attention. It's crazy. Wow, the Dow is, SB says the Dow is now up 31.22. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Where are we? Where is that? Thanks, SB. Oh my goodness. You know what's funny is how many people didn't cash in when they had a chance earlier today. Here's let's see, let me hit refresh on this. Boom, 3,000. Oh, right at about 3,000. Almost 8% just today. Let's see what's gold at. Gold's at 4.24% today. And then the one I keep tracking, 23%. 23%. If you had even put 10 grand in Tesla, you would have made $2,300 less commission. Whew, it's a great day. It's a great day. Absolute great day. I mean, that's crazy. Wow. Wow. And again, should run a disclaimer underneath. Doesn't mean it's going to stay there. But the more watch for this. I'm telling you right now. Watch for this. Get your ducks in order. And if you hear that China is sending over a delegation to America, I can't tell you because I don't want people bitching at me. But if I'm you, how can I say this with full disclaimer? I'll tell you. I'll tell me. If I hear, me personally, if I hear that China is sending over a delegation to negotiate with President Trump, I'm turning the show off and I'm putting serious cash out there. I'm just saying, that way I can't get in any trouble and saying, Barry, you advise people. No, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. With everything we're seeing right now, I'm going to put on the seatbelt and look like someone in one of Elon's rocket ships, and I'm going to hit bye, if I hear that China is coming over here. See, a lot of people are jumping in right now. And you're seeing 3,000 up right now with other countries. If the big dog comes in, if China comes in and says, all right, yeah, you won. Strap on. Be ready. I don't care if you got $100, go pull some coin together. Whew, that'll be the day. That's going to be absolute. Why, Barry? Where was that one? Here, that one. Oh, why haven't you talked about certain stocks that are on sale? A, I'm not a licensed stockbroker anymore. B, I am never going to put you in a position where I'm saying you need to do this or that. That's the only reason why. I do keep showing you one only because I know. Let me explain that. Barry, why do you keep showing Tesla? And before I close, let me tell you why I keep looking at Tesla, and you can look on your own. Hold on, let me see if I can find, where's my screen that I show that all the time? Okay, where is it? So that way you can guess as to, why does Barry keep showing Tesla? All right, this is going to be a quick lesson. And you don't get this with many stocks. So I'm giving you information. I'm not telling you to go with Tesla. All right, so one, I know that Tesla's stock went down simply because of emotion. There's nothing that has affected Tesla's stock other than emotion. People protesting and keying cars and causing people to lose their minds. But inside, the people who really want to buy Teslas and can afford them, who want electric cars, they're still out there. They still want to buy electric cars. They're a little scared right now because of everything that's been happening. So it's totally emotional. Nobody has said that Tesla blew up. Nobody has said that it caught on fire and whatever. It's totally emotional why that stock is down. You have to. Trump is live. Where is he? Oh, he's okay. Hold on. I'll come back to that. And let's see here. Do I got Trump? Do I have it here? 1 second. Live where? Because nothing I have shows him live. None of the feeds I have. 1 second. SV just said he's live right now. And I'm looking at something. SV, you have to send me what channel he's on because nobody has him live right now. I don't see it. Where is it? Trump live right now. Signing the EO on Fox. All right, give me a second. Let me see if I can pull it up on Fox because nobody else is showing it right now. So let's do this. So I'm pulling it up here.
Welcome back to Fanfare with Barry
Let's see
Cunningham.
what we got here. Hold on. Let's see.
But also runs the risk of economic collapse and perhaps even war, as all focus now turns to China. In that event, we want to turn now to the Oval Office, where President Trump is signing executive orders on rebuilding maritime dominance, and I'm sure he will receive questions when it comes to tariffs. Here is President Donald Trump.
It's a natural. Okay, shipbuilding. That's a good one. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next executive order relates to defense procurement. Our current defense procurement process has been criticized by many folks on both sides of the aisle as being too slow to adapt to new and changing technologies, not delivering the sorts of weapons and systems that our warfighters need in order to compete on the battlefields of the future. So with this executive order, we're going to be modernizing the procurement structure the Department of Defense uses to allow it to more quickly adapt to changing circumstances around the world. And we're also going to be launching a review of existing procurement programs to ensure that we're getting value for the money and to ensure that we're getting the best possible systems in the field.
And which are currently horrible. I'll tell you, they're horrible. That process is ridiculous, what they do. They get the highest price and not even good-looking equipment, and we're changing it. We're going to change it to the best. So this is very, very important. I want to say hello to Brooke. Well, look at Brooke. She got the cost of eggs down 87%. 87%, Governor. We have somebody that's done a great job at Department of Agriculture, and Kristi Noem, who perhaps a few of them have heard of. She has done the most unbelievable job as somebody that's watching over our country at the border, and with Tom Homan and your whole staff of tremendous people. So thank you. Who would think that she is like meant for that job, huh? She's meant for it. So I just saw you there both. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good. We'll do it later, please.
Thank you, sir. Lastly, in the defense space, one persistent issue that we've had in terms of the issue of foreign defense sales, that we're unable to provide.
The feed came in hot, so I just turned it down, so it should be okay. But then again, you have your own levels.
Of that is inefficiencies and inconsistencies with the process by which we approve foreign military sales. So this executive order is going to direct your Department of Defense, Department of State, other relevant departments and agencies to rework our system of foreign defense sales to ensure that we can provide equipment, creating American jobs and providing obviously revenue to American defense manufacturers, but provide key military equipment to our key allies in a reliable, effective way.
Okay, that's good. All very important. Okay. Because our budget is just about approved, and it's a big budget, and we want to spend the money properly, get the best equipment in the world. We rebuilt our military during my first term, rebuilt it entirely, beautiful. And then someone was giving it away to Afghanistan so stupidly, the most embarrassing day in the history of our country, I think. But it's still, we have to fix it up a little bit, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to do a good job of it, too. Thank you.
Next up, sir, we have a series of executive orders and a memorandum all relating to deregulation, which has obviously been a major priority of your administration. The first of these is an executive order. The Biden administration launched what you've called a war on showers. They had certain regulations that basically killed the water pressure of showers and other water appliances.
You can say it. Go ahead. What are the appliances?
I mean, it's everything, sir.
Sinks and toilets.
Dishwashers, toilets, sinks. But the shower heads are a
There's
huge
no
deal.
water. You don't get water. It's ridiculous.
So with this executive order, we're effectively going to be reversing that set of regulations to ensure that Americans have choice in the consumer market. If they want a low-flow shower head, they can buy one. If they want a real deal shower head, they should have the ability to get one. That's right.
You buy a new house, you pay a lot of money, and the developers, you're not allowed to do anything more. They put restrictors on. They used to have a restrictor where you could take it out, but now they weld it in. And you take a shower or wash your hands, whatever you do, including dishwashers where no water comes out. But you wash your hands, and in my case, I like to take a nice shower to take care of my beautiful hair. I have to stand under the shower for 15 minutes till it gets wet. It comes out drip, drip, drip. It's ridiculous. And what you do is you end up washing your hands 5 times longer. It's the same water. And we're going to open it up so that people can live, and we're going to hopefully have Congress approve it so it's memorialized. We're going to try and get all of these things, including straws, a little thing like straws. We did straws a month ago, where the paper straws were melting. They were dissolving. They weren't working well. And we went back to the plastic straws. We're going to get Congress to memorialize just about everything we've done here, because most of it's common sense. But the water is horrible. When you go into anytime you see a new faucet, you know it's going to be a long wash of the hands. And so we're changing. It's a big deal. I did it in the first administration. Biden came in his first week, and he had no idea what he was doing, but somebody told him to do it. In his first week, he put the restrictions on all the bathroom utilities, even in areas that have so much water they don't know what to do with it. You see those areas all the time with the flooding. So we're doing that, and we're going to get all of the things that you've seen. I think we set a record. We're up to almost 200 and 500 amendments. Nobody's ever done that many. We're going to get them approved by Congress so they're memorialized. And we look forward to doing that. It's very important. And Congress is going to start working on it as soon as we get the big, beautiful deal done. The big, beautiful deal is important. The biggest tax cuts in the history of our country, that's important. Okay. Okay, is that okay? Good. It's a 10. You're doing a good shower. We rate the signatures. That was a 10, that's why.
This is another executive order relating to deregulation, sir. There are a lot of regulations on the books that either promote monopoly directly or prevent new market entrants from entering into a given market. The net effect of that is very negative for consumers. So what this executive order is going to do is direct your departments and agencies to work with the FTC, with the Attorney General, with the Department of Justice, to ensure that the regulations we have on the books don't function as anti-competitive barriers to new market entrants. The net effect of all of that is going to hopefully be market forces that redound to the benefit of consumers and ordinary Americans as opposed to monopolistic businesses.
I said yesterday he was a great, great student at Harvard before it went bad. It's gone really bad. Now they're teaching their students mathematics, basic mathematics. Can you believe it? So what does that mean? They're allowing people in that can't add 2 and 2? What's going on at Harvard?
I went to law school there, sir, and it was pretty liberal when I was there, but it's gone way off the deep end in recent years.
I don't know if you read that. They're teaching them basic mathematics, people that got accepted to Harvard. How come they got accepted if they don't have mathematics? And we're holding back $8 billion. Can we believe? We give Harvard $8 billion. And we're holding back Columbia. We're holding back a lot of the schools because they were woke. And they've hurt a lot of people. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
There are a large number of regulations on the books. These are regulations that are currently in effect that we believe blatantly violate the law, blatantly violate Supreme Court precedent that otherwise are just blatantly illegal. So what this presidential memorandum does basically just directs the heads of your departments and agencies to follow the law. and to cease enforcing regulations that are blatantly illegal or unconstitutional.
It's a big deal. It's really very important that we get these memorialized.
Yes, sir.
In Congress. Very important for the long haul, right?
Yes, sir. This is the last of our deregulatory EOs for the day. This is zero-based regulatory budgeting. The idea here is that over time, regulations accumulate on the books and in the Federal Register, and people aren't taking a close, detailed look at what's on the books and clearing them out as times change or as regulations become dated or ineffective. What this executive order is going to require is each of your departments and agencies to scrutinize on a continuing rolling basis all of the regulations they actually have on the books and sunset those that either no longer serve a purpose or the departments and agencies can't identify a specific reason for keeping them active.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you've taken action against a number of law firms that have in one way or another been involved in the weaponization of government or actions of lawfare. One of those law firms is Sussman Godfrey, similar to what we've done previously with other law firms. This is an executive order that takes certain measures against Sussman Godfrey to ensure that they can't access government resources, government buildings, scrutinizing certain aspects of their practices as a law firm, given their previous activities.
And we signed with many law firms, the ones that we thought were inappropriate, and they've all agreed to pay $1 million. They went for some pretty big numbers. I guess we have a total. What do we have? What's the total about? What's the total right now, Steve? About, would you say?
Getting close to probably $600-700 million now, I would think. We've multiple at 100 million, some at 125 million. So the numbers are adding up. We're going to be close to $1 billion soon.
One at $40 million, millions of dollars an hour. But they don't admit guilt. Remember that, they don't admit guilt. But, and we have another 5 to go, I think, 5 of them. And this one is we're just starting a process with this one.
Yes, sir.
Because there were some very bad things that happened with these law firms.
And this firm is very involved in the election misconduct.
Weren't they all involved in the election misconduct? I think they were all involved.
Yes.
Anyway, so they went from $40 million to $125 million, and most of them are at about $100 million, right? All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next presidential memorandum we have for you relates to Miles Taylor. You may recall that Miles Taylor served in the Department of Homeland Security during your previous administration. In his capacity with the Department of Homeland Security, he leaked classified information. He wrote a book under the pseudonym Anonymous, making outrageous claims both about your administration and about others in it. What this presidential memorandum is going to do, one, it's going to strip any active clearance that he has in light of his past activities involving classified information. It's also going to order the Department of Justice to investigate his activities to see what else might come up in that context, given his egregious behavior during your previous administration.
And I had no idea who this guy was. I had no idea. I saw him on CNN, or one of them, I guess CNN, a lot. He'd be on all the time saying that the president is the president. I had no idea. It's like, you know, in this office you have a lot of young people, and they're here. I'll see him for 2 minutes, and I assume he was in the office, but I barely remember him. It was somebody that went out and wrote a book and said all sorts of terrible things that were all lies. And it was like he was like he was this gentleman or that gentleman, like I dealt with him all the time. I had no idea who this guy. I said, who the hell is Miles Taylor? And he made a living on going on CNN talking about the president. And I think what he did, he wrote a book, Anonymous, said all sorts of lies and bad things. And I think it's like a traitor. It's like spying. He walks into the office. He's supposed to be sitting here. A lot of people, I'll be here, and there'll be 20 people standing in the room. There'll be oftentimes young people in the office. I assume he was one of them at least. But I didn't know anything about him. And he wrote a book, Anonymous, and I always thought it was terrible. And now we have a chance to find out whether or not it was terrible. But it was a work of fiction. Got a lot of publicity, got himself a nice job with CNN, or one of them. And I think we have to do something about it. You can't have that happen. If that happens to other presidents, it wouldn't be sustainable for other presidents. They seem to be able to sustain. But if that happened to other presidents, I mean, it's just unfair. And if it was a Democrat president, I'd say that's a terrible thing. A thing like that can happen. That's a terrible thing. And it's time to find out whether or not somebody can do that. Can they write a book about very confidential meetings, and because they happen to be one of a lot of people in a room, and they go out and write a book, and worse than that, call it anonymous, like it's a big deal, and everybody saying, who is it, who is it, who is it? Then it was found out who he was a long time later, and he got a lot of publicity off that one. He's like a promoter. But we're going to find out whether or not somebody's allowed to do that. I think it's a very important case, and I think he's guilty of treason, if you want to know the truth. But we'll find out. And I assume we're recommending this to the Department of Justice.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Terrible guy.
Similarly, sir, Christopher Krebs, the former head of CISA. This is a man who weaponized his position against free speech in the election context, in the context of COVID-19. This is it's a similar presidential memorandum to the one you just signed. It addresses his access to government, existing clearances he might have, and further instructs your Department of Justice, other aspects of your government, to investigate some of the malign acts that he participated in while he was still head of CISA.
This is another one. I don't know that I met him. I'm sure I met him. But I didn't know him. And he came out right after the election, which was a rigged election, a badly rigged election. We did phenomenally in that election. Look what happened to our country because of it. Open borders, millions of people coming into our country. Russia and Ukraine, that would have never happened. October 7th would have never happened. Afghanistan, the way they withdrew with 13 dead, but so many killed, actually. I mean, so many killed outside of the 13 soldiers, hundreds of people killed. And maybe, I don't know, never mentioned, but I mentioned it, 42 or 43 people so badly injured, the legs, the arms, blown off, the face. And this is all because of an incompetent group of people that preceded us, and that would have never happened. And this guy Krebs was saying, oh, the election was great, it was great. Well, it's been proven that it was not only not great. When you look at all these lawyers and law firms that are signing, giving us hundreds of millions of dollars, it was proven by so many different ways in so many different forms, from the legislatures not approving to the 51 intelligence agents that worked from all of the different scamming operations. It was a very corrupt election. They used COVID to cheat. And we're going to find out about this guy, too, because this guy's a wise guy. He said, we've been proved this is the most secure election in the history of our country. Now, this was a disaster. And frankly, we should go to paper ballots, same-day voting, voter ID, and one other thing, you should get a little certificate that says you're a citizen of our country. You get a citizen piece of paper that says you're a citizen before you can vote. But you want voter ID and you want paper ballots, and you really want same-day voting. If you don't have same-day voting, they decide to change the air conditioner. Oh, we're fixing the air conditioner. Let's move all these boxes. We'll bring them back in a few days. and then they don't bring back those boxes. We got to have safe elections. We have to have borders. Ideally, we have to have a free press, which we don't have. We don't have a free press. We have a very dishonest press. This is an honor. We're going to find out whether or not he was right. This was a disgraceful election, and this guy sat back saying, well, I'm a member, or like he's a Republican or something, and almost right from the beginning, and he's tried to make the case that this election was a safe election. I think he said, this is the safest election we've ever had. And yet, every day you read in the papers about more and more fraud that's discovered. He's the fraud. He's a disgrace. So we'll find out whether or not it was a safe election. And if it wasn't, he's got a big price to pay. And he's a bad guy. There's another one. I have no idea who he is. Krebs. I have no idea who he is. I'm sure he was in the room at some point, just like you're all in the room, but I have no idea who he was, so thank you very much. Those last two are very important, I think, for the country.
Thank you, sir. And lastly, we just have 3 proclamations. These are the sorts of things that most presidents use an auto pen for. You obviously don't like using the auto pen much, if at all. The first of these is National Former Prisoner of War Recognition Day. This is one that you did in each of, I believe, each of the previous the years of your previous administration, recognizes former prisoners of war. More generally, this proclamation is written to acknowledge the great steps you've made both in this administration and your previous administration on behalf of veterans, homeless veterans, others who have suffered in that way, and basically stating that it's a priority of your administration to ensure that veterans and homeless veterans are cared for properly.
Good. And you know what? They ought to find out who was using that auto pen, because whoever that person was, he or she was like the President of the United States, and I'm against auto pens. I think auto pens are not a good thing, especially when you're talking about documents like we're signing today. If he can't sign, then he can't be president. It's pretty simple. Let's see whether or not he could sign. But I think that should be tested. I really think that should be tested. It's another one. Mm-hmm. And you may think about it, because how can a man that, did he really know that when they gave all false information on the council, I mean, the whole unselect committee of political lunatics, they destroyed all the information. You can't get any information. They went for like a year and a half, almost 2 years, screaming and ranting and raving. Democrats plus 2 worse than Democrats. You had Cheney, Liz Cheney, and crying Adam Kinzinger. Crying Adam. Every time I looked at him, he was crying. The guy was a crier. But you can't do that. You just can't do that. So we're going to find out a lot. I think we're going to find out a lot. These last 3 or 4 have been they've been very, very interesting. We'll see what happens.
Sir.
But I don't think a president should be allowed to use an auto pen when they're signing very, important legislation. I think a president should sign it, not use an auto pen. And we're going to find out whether or not he knew what the hell he was doing. I'm sure at this point he'll say, I signed it. They'll tell him what to say. But to give pardons to people that destroyed all the information. If you destroyed information on a civil case, just a civil case, not a criminal case, a civil case, they put you in jail for that. And they found out that Pelosi was the one that was in charge of the security of the Capitol, and she knew all about it, and she admitted her guilt to her daughter, who was a movie documentary person. I'm sure her daughter's not too happy about that. I'm sure Crazy Nancy's not too happy, but we found out all the things, everything, and we go for the information. Sir, we've destroyed all of that information. If I haven't destroyed it, I wouldn't be sitting here right now, I guarantee you that. I'd be sitting someplace else. So I think it's something that we should really look at, because that's so important. The whole concept of an auto pen, because whoever's, auto pens are run by somebody. Whoever ran the auto pen was President of the United States, and I would be willing to bet that Biden didn't know, probably didn't know anything about any of it. Very dangerous, very dangerous. So you're going to check that out, right?
Yes,
please?
sir. We're working on it right now, sir. This is just another proclamation, sir, declaring National Crime Victims' Rights Week. You've obviously made it a major priority of your administration to track down and at times deport criminals who have committed violence on our streets, who have victimized so many people. This is an annual proclamation that hopefully gets Americans to remember that when crimes occur, there are real victims, there are real people who are affected, and there are people who suffer as a result.
Okay, it's very important. Thank you. I just want to add, so we're working very hard with Democrats, the governor, with Matt Hall, with a lot of transportation, Sean, and all of the people trying to keep Selfridge Air Force Base open, strong, thriving, and I think we're going to be successful, Governor. I think we'll be very successful at that. We've gotten some good feedback from Pete Hegseth and Department of Defense, and they're talking about F-16s, they're talking about F-35s, you know, et cetera. It's a great piece of property, it's a great location, and it's a great state. So I think we're going to come back with a very good answer. We're also working on a certain fish that's taken over a beautiful lake called Michigan, right? And that's a tough one. That's a tough one. It's very. Do you want to just talk about that?
Sure, Mr. President. Yeah. First of all, I want to thank you for caring so much about Michigan. We've been working a long time. We couldn't get Joe Biden to do anything about either one of these issues, particularly Selfridge Air Force Base. It'll be critical to Michigan's economy and our security when you're able to deliver us another mission there. But on the Asian carp, you know, for years, when Obama was there, we could never get anyone to do anything about this invasive species that's going to destroy our Great Lakes. You know how important recreational fishing and so much of that is to our state. Because of your work, we're hopeful that we'll get a solution there and we'll get that barrier built so we can protect our Great Lakes. So thank you, Mr. President.
And they're very powerful fish. I mean, I see them, they jump out of the water, they jump at the fishermen. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. And has this gotten into any of the other lakes yet? Because you would think it would be pretty easy because they're all sort of connected.
It's why we're working so hard to make sure that, you know, we work with the Army Corps and erect a barrier so that the Asian carp can't get into Lake Michigan. It'll devastate the ecosystem, the economy, tourism, and it's 20% of the world's fresh waters in the Great Lakes, Mr. President, which is why it's so important that as a nation we protect the pristine waters. Yep.
And, you know, all of a sudden, I assume the lakes are all interconnected, right? Yeah. So at some point they're going to be in the other lakes. And so we're going to work hard on that. I spoke with the Army Corps of Engineers, and they have a method. It's a pretty gruesome method, but it's a method. And I think they know what to do. So we're going to work on that very hard. And thank you, Governor, very much. Sort of a bipartisan thing when you get right down to it. Yep. It's a very expensive thing, actually. It costs a lot. I looked at the numbers. I said, well, but we have to save Lake Michigan because these fish, they eat everything in the way, including the other fish. They eat everything. Are people endangered by the fish? I don't.
I think I mean, they're going to eat all the fish there. We won't be able to fish anymore, and that's a big deal in Lake Michigan. There's a lot of fishing, recreation, so it's going to be a problem there. But you're right, it's bipartisan, sir. But you're the one taking action on these issues. We couldn't get Biden to do it on Selfridge. This thing has been delayed for, 15 years where we were trying to do it. It started under Obama where we were trying to do it. He wouldn't do anything about it. So we appreciate you paying so much attention to this and taking action.
Well, I would. And the governor, in all fairness, called me about it. I had seen it, and she called me, and John James called me. And we spoke with your office. And it's, you know, I want to put that down. Really is bipartisan. It's great to see it, actually. It's great to see that. And that includes Selfridge, too. Mm-hmm. And we're going to get it done, and we'll all stand there together and cut a ribbon. Okay? Gretchen? Good. That's good. Thank you very much. I'm glad you brought it up, and I'm glad you brought it up, Matt. Appreciate it. And I know you two get along pretty well, right?
Yeah. About 70% of the time.
I think you do. All right, good. We'll have something to celebrate pretty soon. So pretty sure about that. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Gretchen, very much. Okay, do you have any questions?
Mr. President, where does the TikTok deal stand, given what we've seen, the tariffs
Well,
to
it's moving
China?
along, but obviously I would say right now China's not exactly thrilled about signing it. We have a deal with some very good people, some very rich companies that would do a great job with it, but we're going to have to wait to see what's going to happen with China. So,
Mr. President, still on the table?
no, it's on the table very much. I think China's going to want to do it, actually.
Mr. President, can you explain more of what you believe is the end game with China? Are you waiting for President Xi to blink? How do you think this is all going to be resolved?
Look, for years we've been ripped off and taken advantage of by China and others, in all fairness, but by China, that's the big one. And it's just one of those things. You know, we're making $2 billion a day right now, this country. $2 billion a day with tariffs. And they were making $2 billion a day. We'll be making more. Now, when you see what happened today, I don't know if it's still there. You know, I looked an hour ago, but we were up like close to 3,000 points. Nobody's ever seen a day like that. I think that's a record, isn't it, fellas?
Definitely.
Is that a record? Who would have thought we were going to have a record like that after watching? But because the geniuses of the world, they get it. Our country's very strong. We were left a very, very weakened country, both economically, financially, because of all of the tariffs and all of the other companies just raiding us and ripping us off. And also at the border where 21 million people were allowed to come in. Many of those people were criminals. And but the people that do this for a living, and some of them are very smart and some of them aren't smart at all. But these guys are very smart, and my group is very smart. My whole group is smart. And you've done so amazing on the border. I read the other day that there were 9 people and hundreds of thousands 2 years ago with Biden, and we had 9. We had it down to 9, and they were all let in for medical reasons. They were in bad shape. We let them in for medical reasons, not even for anything else. So you've been amazing. But that's a big thing. I think it's one of the greatest problems that I've never seen anything like it. Open borders. The whole world was emptied out. Prisons from all over the world, from the Congo in Africa, from Africa to Asia, a lot in South America, but it wasn't just South America. Prisons emptied out. And I said it outside with the drivers before, but El Salvador has been amazing, a job that the president's done. He's coming to see me next week, and we look forward to that. But that's really been amazing. Yes.
Mr. President, the EU also announced increases in tariffs today. Why not treat...
Bad timing for them. That's bad timing.
Why not?
They said
They didn't put them in. No, they threatened them, but they picked a later date, which our expectation is it's going to be later still.
Okay, good. I'm glad that they held back.
The market.
If this was the strategy all along to bring them to the table, why did you instruct or advise, or maybe they did it on their own, some of your top aides to say this is not a negotiation, to hold the line, that they were going to hold the line, that you were not going to change your mind?
A lot of times it's not a negotiation until it is, and that happens. And, you know, I said outside that you have to have flexibility to do it right, and that's what we have. And we brought everybody to the table. And it may not be a negotiation. It may not last. I mean, you know, things may be asked that I think are not fair to us. Look, we've been ripped off by essentially everybody for 35 years. This is not just a new thing. And Roger Penske just left. He's a great gentleman, great man, actually. And he said no other president would have had the guts to do this. And I believe that's right. They wouldn't have done it. They should have done this a long time ago. A long time ago they should have done it. I started it with China. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs and taxes from China in my first term. And we had the greatest economy. We were up 88% on the stock market. That was the greatest ever in the history of our country. But it had to be done. It's something that had to be done.
Mr. President, thank you so much. Which countries will be negotiating first? Do you have any criteria? Because, for example, Brazil and the UK, they do not have deficits with the U.S. They have a surplus. They do not have a surplus. They have deficits with the U.S. So what is the criteria? And also, would you consider talking or meeting with Xi Jinping?
Oh, sure. He's a friend of mine. I like him. President Xi, I like him. I respect him. but they haven't treated our country right. Sure, I'd meet with him. On the other countries, we have Japan is here, and South Korea is here, and others are here, and we're trying to see them. It's from what I hear, it's much more than 75. I said 75 plus.
So many.
It's everybody wants to make a deal, actually, and we want to do what's right for our country. We also want to do what's right for the world. The world is important. I mean, it's the world, right? And I think we're going to make a lot of people very happy. And I think investing in the United States of America will be the greatest investment that anybody's ever made.
Mr. President, can we still expect to see the sectoral tariffs, so the pharmaceuticals, steel? Is that something you're still considering moving forward?
Yeah, well, I will be, because we want them coming back. We realized during COVID that we don't make our drugs and our pharmaceuticals in this country. So I realized that, and it was a big realization. We had to go to China to get drugs. We had to go to other places. I won't even mention the names, but we had to go to other places. We don't make it, and that's because we let them leave. And now if they want to come back, we're going to put tariffs on the pharmaceutical companies, and they're going to all want to come back. They're going to come back. I'm not going to pay them any money like Biden with the chip deal. That chip deal was horrible. They give billions and billions of dollars to chip companies. All they have is money. They have so much money. And they give billions of dollars, and they're just going to keep the money. They're not going to spend it. And the only thing that's going to bring them back is you say, we have a barrier. You have to pay 50% or 100% or 200%. And if they have to pay that, they're going to say, we're not going to pay that. We're going to build here. And that's what happened. We're the biggest, most prestigious chip company in the world, spending $200 to $300 billion. Think of that, $1 billion to build essentially one massive plant. It'll be one of the largest plants in the world, and we're going to get them very quickly. We're going to get them energy. We're going to get them the electricity they need and the energy that they need, and it'll be approved by Lee Zeldin, a total professional, and it'll be approved very quickly, and they'll get their zoning very quickly. They'll have everything done in a matter of months.
Thank you, sir. You've procured a record amount of private sector investments since your election, $7 trillion. You talked about the importance of all that. Can you talk about how these investments will have a positive impact on families who felt like the previous economy left them behind, and why your executive orders on coal yesterday is so important given the amount of manufacturing that you're ushering back in?
Well, thank you. And which is correct. We have, I would say, more than $7 trillion now, right, of investment coming in. Apple is coming in for $500 billion alone. We have other companies coming in with massive numbers. We have car companies that are coming in. No, we've never seen anything like it. Maybe in the 1940s or 50s or something, but we've never seen anything like it. They had 3 plants canceled in Mexico. Not that we want to hurt Mexico, but we're for us. And that's what my job is. It's not to take care of other countries, but I want to help other countries as much as I can, but we have to take care of America first, and it's about America first. So we have many, many companies coming in that would have never come in if we didn't win the election and then put the tariffs on. And they're coming in because when they build in the United States, there are no tariffs. You don't have to pay any tariffs. So instead of paying 30, 40, 50% or 25%, but it could go a lot higher in some of the industries. So we have steel mills right now that are raging. The steel industry was gone. If I didn't put the tariffs on steel, because China was dumping massive amounts of steel in my first term, and I put tariffs on, I saved the steel industry, but now it's going to thrive, maybe like never before. I mean, if you go back to U.S. Steel from 90 years ago, it was incredible. It was the #1 company in the world for a long time. That's why we don't want to see it go to Japan. And we love Japan, but U.S. Steel was a very special company. We don't want it to go to Japan or any other place. So we're working with them, and I don't know if they need any money now. I'll be honest with you, they hit gold. They hit gold because if you look at it, they have such orders for steel now. It's incredible. What's going on in our country is incredible with respect to plants. So we lost 90,000 plants and factories from the beginning of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made in the history of this world. but certainly in the history of trade. There's never been a worse trade deal. We were able to cancel that. We had to get approval from Congress. It was like a disastrous curse because you had to go to Congress to get it terminated. You couldn't just terminate it because it was a bad deal. And you had people in Congress that didn't want to do it because they had other reasons, maybe bad reasons. They're mostly not there anymore, those people. But it's amazing what's happened. I appreciate that question because it's incredible. I don't think we've ever seen anything like it. $7 trillion, and it's much more than that because, these are places that we know. $7 trillion is unheard of. I never looked at the Biden numbers, but you could go a whole year and it was peanuts. Everybody was leaving. They weren't coming in, they were leaving, and that means jobs are leaving. And so we're not playing games. We're going to make this country greater than ever before. Thank you for that question.
Mr. President, it seems that China's made some...
Let her just do that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Thanks. For the past few days, we've heard from this administration no pause. Was this idea of doing a pause, did that just come about this morning? Can you tell us exactly what came into consideration for you and your advisors?
For a period of time, I wouldn't say this morning. Over the last few days, I've been thinking about it. I've been dealing with Scott, with Howard, with some other people that are very professional. And I think it probably came together early this morning, fairly early this morning. Just wrote it up. We didn't have the use of, we didn't have access to lawyers or we just wrote it up from our hearts, right? It was written from the heart. And I think it was well written too, but it was written from the heart. It was written as something that I think was very positive for the world and for us. And we don't want to hurt countries that don't need to be hurt, and they all want to negotiate. The only problem is, you can only do so many at one time. It's like, we want to do it right. We want to get it right. We want to take care of them, but we have to take care of our country. So, but this was something certainly we've been talking about for a period of time, and we decided to pull the trigger, and we did it today, and we're happy about it. I didn't know it would have that kind of an impact, but it's, I think they have the biggest increase in the history of the stock market. That's pretty good. That's pretty, you're almost, if you keep going, you're going to be back to where it was 4 weeks ago. But it was a sick market 4 weeks ago, because this trade was sick. It was only a question of time. I don't blame the tariffs. I think the tariffs just sort of magnified what was happening. It was sick. Biden allowed these people to get away with murder. Biden allowed China to just take advantage of us. We had like $1 trillion deficit with China, $1 trillion deficit. So that was going to only be a matter of time. I think the tariffs brought it out faster and they magnified the problem. But I think this was a problem that existed far beyond tariffs. This was a systemic problem. And we're going to cure that problem. And maybe to a large extent we have, because we've revealed it, and we've revealed it very strongly. Yes, sir, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. So it seems China's made some serious missteps here in these negotiations, and Secretary Bessent said earlier you may have goaded them into a tough position here. I'm wondering, are you in a way putting together a coalition against China in terms of trade here?
No. Well, China, look, they're very capable. And I don't blame China for what happened. I blame the people sitting right at this desk, right behind this desk or another desk. You get your choice of 7. I happen to pick the Resolute. But I blame the people sitting behind in this chair, behind this desk, for being stupid, incompetent, or not having courage. This should have been done years ago. This should have been done before Obama, in all fairness. Not only Biden, Obama. This should have been done many years ago. This started with the World Trade Organization, which was owned by China. It was owned and paid for by China. They didn't even have to do things. They considered them a nation that was undeveloped. They said they were a developing nation. Well, we're a developing nation too, if you think about it. Look at our inner cities. Look at what's happened. I think we're starting from ground zero there, right? So we're a developing nation too. No, I know it's a lot of people take heat for saying it, but I blame the people sitting at this desk more than I blame China. If China can get away with what they got away with taking hundreds of billions and trillions of dollars right out of our pocket because our people here were stupid, they were stupid people. maybe corrupt. I don't know. I don't know how you can be that stupid. How do you get to be president and you're stupid? But they certainly weren't courageous, and they allowed this to happen. And with Japan and with many other countries that took advantage of us. I mean, we had deficits with almost every country. I used to read these things. The first term I'd read them. I'd actually read the agreements. I'd say, how could anybody agree to this stuff? So certainly they were rough, and they were tough, and they were smart. And you can blame them, but I really blame the people that allowed them to do it, because you know, if you could read first grade and you could read these agreements, you'd say, these are terrible deals. I actually used to say, who would allow deals like this to be made for our country? And maybe it's people that didn't care. Maybe it's people that weren't courageous. Maybe it's people that were corrupt. I don't know. But I blame those people more than I blame anybody else.
Mr. President, you've been very specific in saying that you would like the EU to purchase U.S. energy. Is there something specific that you would like China to do?
Well, you'll be hearing about that. Yeah, there are a lot of things I'd like China to do.
Are there some examples?
There are a lot of things that I want China to do, and I'll be telling China what that is. Not you, but I'm not telling China.
Mr. President, Iran, you said the other day that if they do not agree to a potential nuclear deal, that it would be very dangerous for them. What specifically?
Well, they can't have a nuclear weapon.
Did you mean military action, though, if they don't agree?
Oh, if necessary? Absolutely. Yeah.
And you have
a deadline for these talks?
Yeah, I do.
And
You're talking about with Iran?
Yes.
Yeah, I do.
Do you want something definitive this weekend, or do you see this as the start of a process?
It's a start.
Do you have a timeline?
We have a little time, but we don't have much time.
who is starting the
Because we're not going to let them have a nuclear weapon.
Is
Can't
it
let them have a
going to
nuclear
be
weapon.
there, Mr. President?
And we're going to let them thrive. I want them to thrive. I want Iran to be great. The only thing they can't have is a nuclear weapon. They understand that. You know, the people are so incredible in Iran, and they're so smart. They're very smart people. But you know, they're in a rough situation, rough regime. But they understand, and the leaders understand. And I'm not asking for much. I don't. They can't have a nuclear weapon, and I've said that. And I was a little bit surprised because when the election was rigged, I figured they'd get the weapon because with me they were broke. They were broke. They had no money because of the sanctions. Nobody could buy oil. We did that to Venezuela just recently, and we'll do it to other countries if we have to. I want to see Russia and Ukraine make a deal. They got to make a deal. When schools get blown up and bad things happen, like I'm hearing about, it's no good. I hope we're going to make a deal with Russia and Ukraine. But with Iran, if it requires military, we're going to have military. Israel will obviously be very much involved in that. He'll be the leader of that. But nobody leads us. We do what we want to do.
When would the clock run out on the talks? When would the talks need to conclude before you might do military?
I can't really be specific, but you know, when you start talks, you know if they're going along well or not. And I would say the conclusion would be when I think they're not going along well. So that's just a feeling.
Mr. President, on the subject of U.S. troops stationed in Europe, do you have any plans to reduce the number of U.S. troops in Europe or in other NATO countries?
Well, good. I mean, it depends. We pay for military over in Europe. You know, we don't get reimbursed by much. South Korea too. So it will be one of the things we discuss. That's unrelated to trade, but I think we'll make it part of it because it makes sense. Be nice to wrap it all up in one package for each country. You know, it's nice and clean, and we have plenty of law firms. These are great law firms that we signed with, the best. And I think part of the way I'll spend some of the money that we're getting from the law firms, you know, in terms of their legal time, will be, if we can do it, I think we can do it, using these great law firms to represent us with regard to the many, many countries that we'll be dealing with. We'll have good lawyers representing us, but we want to have good lawyers, and these are the best, considered the best lawyers in the world, right? I mean, considered the best in the world. I don't know. They just went off a little bit.
Mr. President, two questions. On Iran, do you have an update on who will be participating or conducting these conversations? Will Witkoff be there on Saturday for these direct talks. And on China, some economists are saying that right now is technically embargo on China with 125% tariffs. Are you concerned of escalation beyond the trade war with China?
No, I'm not concerned. I think President Xi is a very smart guy, and I think we'll end up making a very good deal for both. But, we've been treated so badly for so many years. Again, we allowed that to happen. We've been treated so badly for so many years. But no, I don't expect that. I think President Xi is one of the very smart people of the world, and I don't think he'd allow that to happen. And we're very powerful. This country is very powerful. Let me tell you, it's far more powerful than people understand. We have weaponry that nobody has any idea what it is, and it is the most powerful weapons in the world that we have. More powerful than anybody, not even close. So nobody's going to do that, but I think that if that's what you're referring to, maybe it's not. But just in terms of basic escalation, which is what you said, no, I think that President Xi is a man who knows exactly what has to be done. He's a very smart man. He loves his country. I know that for a fact. I know him very well. And I think he's going to want to get to a deal. I think that's going to happen. We'll get a phone call at some point, and it'll be off to the races. It'll be a great thing for them. It'll be a great thing for us. It's going to be a great thing for the world and for humanity.
Do you have plans to meet with Putin in Saudi Arabia?
At some point, I will. At some point. We'll have to see. I mean, we have to get there right now. We got to get there. In the meantime, they're losing 2,500 on average young people every single week. Think of that. 2,500 people a week. It's not even conceivable. We got to get there fast.
Do you think
A couple of more. Yes.
Do you have to increase tariffs on China even more before they come to the table or give you a phone call?
I can't imagine it. No, I can't imagine it. I don't think I'll have to do it. I don't think we'll have to do it more. We calculated it very carefully. By the way, when you hear 100, a lot of people charge much more than that. Canada charges much more than that to our farmers, our dairy farmers. Many people charge much more than 100 or 125 in this case. But I don't, it's still a significant number. I don't see that again.
On the investigations.
Yeah, Mr. President. So do you think some of your tariff critics would prefer, to see the United States go through turmoil than to actually see it succeed just because they are your policies?
You mean just leave the tariffs the way they are now and just relax, right? Some people have said that. Look, again, we're making, it'll be soon, much more than $2 billion a day. That's not the worst thing that I've ever heard. So, yeah, some people say that. But, we look at the other side, too. I think as the United States, we have an obligation to look also at the other side. We want what's good for everyone. I mean, it's America first, but we also want to make sure there's a world that can live happily and all of that. And so, this is the way I look. No, but there are people that say, look, where we are now, I've been in worse positions in my life than making $2 billion a day plus, right? It's really plus. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Press. Head it out.
Thank you.
The markets are what really changed your mind when it came to
The markets right now are extremely good. Thank you.
Thank you, Press. Thank you. Head it out. Thanks, guys. Here, this way. Thank you. Keep going.
Donald Trump signing a...
Okay. Okay there. Yeah, we're working on 4 hours at this point. We're almost gone, and SV said, oh, guess what? He's getting ready to talk and do the executive orders, and he did it live today instead of on a tape delay. The man is obviously being told to keep his schedule completely fluid, do things differently all the time. As I mentioned, 5 hours ago, he's doing the crazy Ivan all over the place because nobody expected it to be live. We thought it was going to be taped. It was scheduled for 2:30. Comes out. Wow. So I made some notes. The auto pen stuff. Well, go back to like SV had put it in here. It looks like a couple of these guys are in deep poo-poo. the guys who initiated some of this Russiagate stuff and the election fraud stuff, it's coming. That was a shot right there by saying Krebs and these people who, the election is the most secure election in history. Maybe not. Maybe not. Oh, look at this. Oh, I'll go back. All right. And then, so it's obviously that something's going on. Then he talked about AutoPen Gate, I guess we can label it. And he let the cat out the bag there that, we might have to test this. We might have to see if we're really going to let these AutoPen pardons stay in place. He said, I bet you Biden signed his own pardon for he and his wife. I bet you, no, his wife and his family. I bet you that those got signed a certain way. Hunter. But the rest of them, Adam Kinzinger, Liz Cheney, a lot of that January 6 people, good luck. It's going to get tested. Can't wait to see what happens. In fact, the lady who was running the AutoPen, somehow she got unalived, so she's no longer around. So I don't know if they're going to get Joe to come out there and say he did it. Unless he does it in public and answers every single one. Because somebody should say to him, all right, former President Biden, did you sign a pardon for Mickey Mouse? Because they may tell him, hey, listen, whatever they say, just say yes, you did it. Okay, so did you do Mickey Mouse? Okay. Did you do Adam Kinzinger? Okay. How about this one? Did you do, I don't know, Goofy? They're going to have to throw him up. Make him like, I can't remember that. Did you do the one for Don Knotts? How about, Tony Curtis? Because if they just told him go in there and just say yes, he's going to just keep saying yes. But they have to make him think. You saw, and it was tragic, what they did to Bob Mueller. And they started asking Bob Mueller, who was supposedly the guy who was, the special counsel before, and he didn't know anything. He was done. So if they bring in Biden, which I don't think they will, I think this thing will not go that far. Jill Biden is not going to want Joe Biden to get on television and tell people whether he did or didn't do something. Because at that point, all hell's going to break loose. So I don't know where they're going with AutoPen Gate. Trolls, look like the trolls arrived today. They've been sent out, obviously. For what? I don't know, because it doesn't make any sense. One of the guys in here was talking about Kamala, vote Kamala 2028. What are we, stupid? Then, anybody else find it odd that we didn't know until like halfway through this thing, and he talks over there, hey, Governor, and Governor Gretchen Whitmer standing there smiling. I understand about expanding the tent and all, but whoa, was that a message? I'm just saying. Was that a message that Gretchen Whitmer was standing in the Oval Office basically sucking up to Trump? Did you notice the look on the face of Howard Lutnick when one of the people in the press asked about the EU's retaliatory tariff? And he's like, no, they ain't doing nothing. they said they would, but then they backed off. They found out too. Don't do this. Next, we're going to have to begin blowing a horn for the tap sound for Iran. No uncertain terms. I don't know if he was supposed to say it. Hey, do you think military action would be possible? Oh yeah. We'll blow them to smithereens. Ain't gonna happen. So they better get their butts in order. He came out and said it. You can rewind to it. Don't try me, is what he said. And then the last thing, which I thought was really, really telling. I don't know if you guys caught this. There were two things. One, that one reporter said, did you do this? Was this part of your strategy? What are you going to do next? Like he's going to tell you, you moron. And then the most important question, which I wrote down here, really got my eyes. And he's like, somebody asked him, do you want anything else from China? And he goes, yeah, I want a whole bunch of other stuff from China. Well, what is it? Like I'm going to tell you, you nut job. That ain't going to happen. So I said a couple of days ago that when these countries come to kiss the ring and cut their deals, the deal is also going to be dependent upon what else they give President Trump. And since we know about all the Doge stuff and all that was disclosed, what happens in that closed office when they get in there and they say, okay, let's talk about the tariffs, and now let's talk about this other thing. I've got this other information we need to discuss. So, you know anything about this $300 billion that was sent to your country? Tell us about this. With what we're seeing now, you are going to see people scrambling. It is absolutely insane that 75 plus countries are coming to the White House to talk. And now you know for sure because you heard him say it, not me. You heard him say it. Yeah, I'm gonna ask him for something else. Yeah, there's a lot of things I want. So you know that's going to be the same with the other countries. It's coming. I'm telling you, the floodgates are about to open. These people are getting crushed monetarily, and they're going to have to do something to make these tariffs go away. And obviously, winkety wink wink, I got some other questions for you. So sit right down, like Chris Hansen used to say with Catch a Predator. Just have a seat right there. Let's talk about some things. Man, I would hate to be a Democrat. I would hate to be a Democrat right now who actually did some of this crazy stuff. There's going to be no place to hide. These people are going to give you up. If it's between them and their countries, if it's between them and their financial system, you're toast. This is the most epic way to destroy the deep state. To have all these countries realize we don't have to deal with them anymore? Give me some information. But they told me they were going to shoot my kids on away from home from school. We'll take care of that. Give me some information. You're going to see people, I guarantee you, begin to either just leave the country or do some crazy stuff or have some crazy stuff done to them. This is serious CYA time. Because he didn't let that slip out. That was intentional. Yeah, I got a couple other things I'm going to ask for him too. Whoa. So this just isn't about the tariffs. As you've heard also a couple times today, it's not just about the tariffs. So they're going to be digging in and asking for all kinds of information from these people. And like Caroline Levitt, she's saying it right now. You can listen in.
The entire world is calling the United States of America, not China.
Oh, this is just too... You couldn't... Maybe that's why Oliver Stone was there, because you can't write this. This is a script of epic proportions, and there's got so many plot twists that, oh my goodness. All right, so I can go eat and go hang out with the wife before I go live at 7:30 tonight. Whew. I have never, what did somebody say here? Where was that? I thought I said it. 5 trillion added to the stock market. Wow. $5 trillion. My God. Nancy said, I've never seen a podcaster talk to his chat like Barry does. I feel special. Because you are special to me. All of you are very special. That was the one thing that we wanted to differentiate when we did this stuff, is we wanted to not build an audience, because people who have audiences stand on stage and just say stuff. We wanted to build community and engagement, and the mods and Ashley and Robin, and it's just, that's something we wanted to do. All right, so I'm gonna cut and go eat so we can get back on here at 7:30. Cheryl says that the people rioting in New York are crazy, throwing things off roofs. They're petulant children. Imagine, they're seeing their entire world ideology break down in front of them. It's just falling apart. And you guys just get to watch it. And you know what? You get to watch it and understand it's only 5 o'clock. Just remember. Just remember what this man did. He did what? 2 or 3 events yesterday. I definitely know of two. He did the NRCC dinner, and then he did the speech earlier. And then today, he's out there all day talking to this person, and then he does this, and it's only 5 o'clock. So who knows? He may pop up again tonight. In any event, we'll have that for you. I'll have the Miranda Devine interview tonight. I've got the press conference with Pam Bondi and Kash Patel, and then I'll have some other clips that we can talk about. And I'll go do a walk around the yard or something, take the dog for a walk and get some more energy. Thanks all of you who basically stayed for 4 hours. 4 hours. 4 hours. I love you guys for that. We're going to cut to the, if I missed anyone with super chats, it's because I shut down. I was almost off, and then SV goes, hey man, he's live. I'm like, no. I love you guys. We'll talk to you at 7:30. And if I missed any super chats, thank you very, very much. Greatly appreciated, and I'll see if I can't get screenshots of the ones I may have missed. All right, so we'll talk to you guys at 7:30. Oh, wait a minute. What? So I'm getting, this keeps happening. What, is there, did I forget something? Did I miss something? Hold on. Let me just make sure. Okay. Okay, I was just looking at something from SV. Some stuff going on in the background here. By the way, I forgot, just to let you guys know. Let me show you something. Let me just click around here. If you guys haven't seen this yet, this is the Trump blanket that we're. Let me see if I can get a bigger picture here so you guys can all see this. Because I'm getting okay. Here we go. This is the Trump blanket. It is monstrous. This is what it says. It's warm. It's a pretty cool blanket. And if you'd like to, buy that blanket, you can't. Sorry, you can't buy that blanket. Nope, it's not for sale. The Trump blanket is coming through the Patriot Attic people. The same people who do the knife are offering this beautiful blanket as well. This Trump blanket is pissing liberals off, and it's hilarious. Patriot Attic is back with another exclusive release for you guys for a limited time only. They're giving away these Trump presidential blankets absolutely for free. And you can see it right there. Let me go back to full screen. And we go here. No hidden charges, no recurring fees, none of that BS. Just cover a small shipping fee. That's it, and it's yours. This blanket is gorgeous, thick, warm, and decked out with patriotic pride. Just imagine wrapping yourself in it every night, or just up watching a television show. It's more than just a blanket. It's a bold symbol of America's comeback and real leadership. And let's be honest, it drives liberals absolutely nuts every time they see it on your couch or hanging in your home. Why you'd have a liberal in your home, I can't tell you. That's just what they told me to say, okay? But then again, you could wear it to a football game and really drive people crazy. Patriot Attic is doing this to show their support for Trump in these challenging times and to make room in their warehouse. But this offer is only available to you guys who are watching this, and it's moving fast. Don't wait. Scan the QR code now or head over to the link pasted in the chat to claim your Trump blanket before they're all gone. And I don't have a link pasted, so you're going to have to click the QR code right there. And again, this is a pretty good sized blanket. You guys can all see. It's more than enough even to cover the biggest of people. Just go ahead and click the QR code and you can get that blanket for free, only paying the cost of shipping. Now that being said, now I'm going to go ahead and have some dinner and talk to the wife, walk the dogs, and see you at 7:30.